Well, hello there, everybody! Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo! How you doing today? Are you having a good time? Are you having a fun time? Because we're going to have a good, fun time today. A good, fun time today. Ba-dum-bum-bum, good and a fun and a good, ba-dum-ba-dum-bum. Joe jump scare. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of that ever since the Heck of Hands ladder climb came out. I assume everyone here has already watched the Heck of Hands ladder climb because you're all Hardleg super fans. Also, thank you Frost Hollow for the 55 months! Holy shit. Thank you very much. 4 left till the funny number. Hello. Hi there. How's it going? I should get... where'd it go? There it is. We'll get that. We need to update it with stream number 3. But yeah, I've been getting a lot of comments from people who were legitimately jump scared by the Heck of Hands ladder climb. I didn't tell Mr. Metal to put all that spooky stuff in there. He just thought it would be a good theme. I think it worked out pretty well. He's got a talent that he didn't realize. Or maybe he did and just hasn't been utilizing it. Or maybe he has and he's secretly the guy behind like Local 58 or something. The editing went hard, truly. What was it? Today's weather for the people watching at home. We're continuing our theme of kind of artsy songs. Songs that don't fall into a traditional like pop song strategy, not strategy, format. We did Here Comes the Sun by Bill Wirtz, not the Beatles song. It's probably the second best song called Here Comes the Sun, but it's still pretty decent. And Bill Wirtz in general is really weird. It's like, I feel like if you showed his songs to most people, they'd be like, oh yeah, this is kind of like pop music or elevator music, and then you show them to like a musician, or hell, even if you showed me at first, it wasn't until I tried to play it on drums and I was like, wait, what is he doing? And I'm like looking at the drums and I'm like, this is crazy experimental weird shit. This is like advanced drums. Like Insano style. Like, I don't think I've ever heard anything like it. And maybe that's just like on me, but I feel like I know a pretty good breadth of music. But he's doing shit I've just like never seen before. But it's all in service of a song that doesn't sound like crazy jazz or doesn't sound like experimental rock. I don't know what it sounds like. It's weird though. I like it. And then we did Heroes and Villains by the Beach Boys. Which, if you thought the Beach Boys was just like, you know, pop songs, check out Heroes and Villains. It's a trip, I tell you what. Is Mr. Metal also going to edit the Artmage ladder climb? No. The ladder climbs are too difficult for, or not too difficult, but they're too time consuming for someone to do week after, or month after month. At least so far. I don't know, we'll see. I've got a brand, what was it? So for the last year, it's been swapping between Mr. Metal and Mr. Nova. Neither of them wants to do it every month, but they can do it every other month. And then Mr. Nova is going to be working on Season 2 of Fill in the Jank. So I found another editor. I had mentioned this last time. And so, Mr. Hardleg, I got my Prime back. Therefore, you have my Prime back. Well, thank you, Abysmal Bat. I appreciate the Prime hype. But yeah, we got this new editor working on things that I think that they're very good. I'm very excited to see what they come up with. They're like a league above most of like what else I've seen. The only question is going to be like after they're done with it. Because I've had plenty of people who are like, yeah, I can do a ladder climb, and then after they do it, they're like, I would not like to do one of those again. Editing a 3-hour-long video is hard. There's a reason I don't want to do it. There's a reason I pay people like hundreds of dollars to do it. It's a lot of work. But we'll see if he does a good job and he wants to do it every month. I would gladly allow him. Because if nothing else, what was it? One of the big things, right, is that like even though the ladder climb is 6 streams worth of material, you don't get it all at once, right? Like, after I record, I save the file, and then I upload it to the Google Drive. So if someone wanted to, they could, like, oh, Wednesday, the day after, like, they get tonight's stream, and then tomorrow they edit it. And they, like, work on it, like, for the next couple days, and then Thursdays will be up there, and then they can work on that. And so, instead of having to do everything all at once, they can do it a little bit over, like, 3 weeks. And I've given every editor the chance to do that, and I don't think anyone has ever actually done that. Every editor has just been like, tell me when all 6 parts are up, and I'll bang it out in, like, a weekend. I'll bang it out over, like, 5 days or whatever. But this new guy is actually working on it as they get uploaded, which makes me think it might actually come out, like, much faster. Are they going to be a new face, or have you two worked before? We've only worked once before on the Eneacraft Let's Learn. That was like practice. Editors are the heroes of YouTube. Truly they are. Let's real quick, we got new stuff at the shop. I haven't looked at it yet. We got Starving Venom sleeves. So if we do the Predaplant ladder climb next month, we've got that. We got Phydralis Hydraulica, whatever. Excited for it. New social media icons as an always available exchange item. You'll need to link your dual... Yeah, I ain't linking my real life name to anything. Secret packs updated. The Eldritch packs have been rearranged. Did you play the event? No. Maybe I should have, to get more gems. I just played on the regular ladder. And I got it to, I'm 1 win away from Diamond. Hopefully we can get into Diamond today. I finally pulled for the full arts. I guess I'm a branded player now. You'll be among company. There's lots of branded players out there. And what was it? So, I was thinking of changing the deck up because, what was it? The Super Poly hasn't really been all that useful. Like, it hasn't done, like, I don't think I've used it once yet, and especially at 2, and it taking up so many things. So I'm thinking we take out that, and we take out one of these imperms. And we go back on the... The Fallen and the Virtuous. Because someone mentioned in the comments of the Raw Hardleg channel, this card is sent from the hand or field to the graveyard. Yeah. Someone mentioned that, like, Fallen and the Virtuous works really well in this deck. Because if you just get this with the owl, then it's like full combo. Or was it this, the owl, and another spell? We're not doing the K9 tonight, no. We'll be switching it next time. But like, that's full combo. But also just kind of like in general, if you summon like Medius the Pure and they use like a Veiler on it or something, you can blow it up. It's a spell that you can discard for this, or it can be used to break boards. It's obviously not as strong as something like Super Poly, but it's a 3 of, and it's more utility against the things we're facing. And then I can afford to be like, was it Albion? Ecclesia? Yeah, Albion, Black Dragon. So, just a small change. Everything else is really working out so far. And then, yeah, it makes me... For some reason, I thought this wasn't out yet. Oh, and I don't start by getting any gems. Yeah, I'll have to see if I can... Unfortunately, tomorrow's going to be like a really busy day for me. I got a dentist appointment. I gotta do laundry. I've got other things. Things I shan't mention on stream. Secret, hidden things. Yeah, I do still have 4,000 gems. Plus whatever I get out of this. Oh, we've got all of it. Oh, okay. Alright, so we got 24 UR points. And another 155 gems. We got a hot date coming up? No. Okay. I had 1,200 plus before I needed to craft. You're rich. Yeah, they're talking about UR dust in the chat. I mean, I could have like a shit ton of UR dust if I just broke down more things. It's funny because I keep so many things with the understanding that, you know, well, what if they make me play Exo Sisters? Well, what if we go back on, you know, someone wants me to play an aircraft? But what if we need to break out the elf notes? What if we play an illusion deck in the future and they want me to splash Hecka Hands into it? But I mean, there's some stuff that's probably like, you know, realistic. Well, I can't dismantle this anyway. Yeah, I can't dismantle. I was like, wait, I could dismantle that. Yeah, that can't be dismantled. It's like, realistically, are we gonna splash Yummy into anything? Are we ever gonna play Argo Stars on the main account? With the horse? Do we really need all the... Like, there's stuff I probably could break down. But I just have this fear that, like, if I break it down now, I'll be worried later. But it's funny because I was, like, talking to my friend, and he's like, yeah, I play all the time, but I don't have any UR points. And then where were we? Because I wasn't at his house, but he showed me, I think he sent me a picture on his phone. Yeah, he showed me a picture of his deck on his phone, and he had, like, this over on the side. And I was like, whoa, 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 you've got all these URs you could break down. And he's like, well, what if I need them in the future? I was like, you should know if you're going to need them in the future. You aren't locked in by, patrons in the same way that I am. I have less of an idea. I mean, realistically, the Libromancers, like, I could break down, right? I mean, we can go over this once we have to start crafting stuff for the eventual Artmage. Because we do need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 URs. What's 8 times 30? Eight times 30 is 240. Divided by 10 would be 24. Yeah. So I'd have to break down 24 URs if I just wanted to craft this raw right now. I've never broken down a deck to make another one. You're going minus in points. Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully I can, I mean, we've got 4,000, almost 5,000. If we rank up, we'll probably get up to 5,000. And then what I'll probably do is just open up this to try to get the UR dust. And then break that down. And then once we've got all 5, and then hopefully what happens is I'll have some time to play the events over the 2 weekends, and I'll get enough points from the 2 events that next month I won't have to spend a bunch of money. It's funny because I mentioned this, like, before, where last year I didn't have to spend almost any money on Master Duel. Like, the first year when I was building the collection and everything, I think I spent, like, $2,000 on it over the course of the whole year. And then the next year it was like 1,000, and then the next year it was like 100. Like, it got cut in half, and then it got cut to like 1/10. Because I just made so many gems from playing all the events and having all the stuff already in my back pocket that I didn't need to do any. And then this year already I've had to spend quite a bit. Not 2,000's worth, but more than $100 already. Are ninjas playable for the first event? I mean, they are a fusion deck. I know I'll have to change some stuff. Yeah? Although I wouldn't recommend playing ninjas in the fusion event because ninjas are weak against fusions. They're really good against Dixies. Can't you just play Artmage in the event? I suppose I could. Maybe. See, Melodious is the other one. Yeah, this is at 1, but I could play... Oh, wait, no, we're not losing the link. It's the plus. Yo, if Branded is everywhere, then Melodious probably isn't good, because their whole, like, non-targeting, non-destruction shtick doesn't do anything against them. Oh, whoops. I could play Hacker Hands. Yeah, I just have to trade out. I just trade back the super polys. What has a really good branded matchup? Mimighoul, maybe? Generator. Generator's probably a little too outdated. I do love me some Generator, though. Nothing's better than, like, stealing Albaz and the, like, stealing all their cards out of the graveyard and attaching it to Leviathan. Mark's deck, gotcha. Alright, with that, I think we'll just go ahead and jump into it, chat. You want to put some cats in the chat for me? Get rid of all the previous chatter. Is this a cat? That's a goat. Behold, a cat. And here we are, arts and artists, the dawn of stream number 3. A weekend has passed since you've seen... Okay, let's try that again. And here we are, arts and artists, the dawn of stream number 3. A weekend has passed since you've seen me last, and I did end up playing a few duels over the weekend, but only enough to get me right on the cusp of, well, that went slower, okay. Let's try that again. And here we are, arts and artists, the dawn of stream number 3. A weekend has passed since you've seen me last, and if you can't tell by the score up there, I was able to play a few duels over the weekend. I probably could have done more, but I ran up right against the limit of Platinum 1. One more duel, and we rank up into Diamond 5. And I didn't want to rank up off camera, you know, just come back and be like, hey, we got into Diamond. So we're right on the precipice, but hopefully, if not our first duel, then the first couple duels will rank up into Diamond, and then we'll go from there. As for the deck, it's pretty much the same. I did make one small change. Considering in Platinum that we're not running into a whole lot of branded or cool tune decks, the super polys weren't really doing a whole lot. So I switched out them, and I got rid of one Infinite Impermanence for the Fallen and the Virtuous. I mean, this is just a staple spell in general. It's another thing we can discard with Artmage, Academics, Arcane Arts, Acropolis. More importantly, though, in addition to being like a go first weekend set or a go second board breaker, it also can help us going first. Like, if we normal summon the Power Patron or Medius the Pure, and they try to hit it with something like an Imperm or a Veiler, we can destroy our own monster to send it to the graveyard and dodge out of that. And a lot of times, depending on what's in our hand, we can still resolve the fusion, we can still summon this out, or if nothing else, when this goes to the graveyard, it searches something and maybe we can combo off from there. So a small change, I think that's going to bump it up to 1.5, but let's jump on the ladder and see if we can get it done. That was needlessly, what's the word? It's fine, just end it after get it done. See if we can get it done. I was like, I don't know why I'm like threatening my opponent. First try, yeah, we get it sometimes. Dawn of stream 3 plus deck 1.5. You're frightening us. This Kirby Blade. Alright, first duel of the day, and it's a high-stakes battle for me. We're going first, which does bode well. We just gotta hope we don't brick. We don't have a lot of bricks in this, but we do have some. It has happened before, so we can't get cocky. Ha! This should do it if they don't have Ash. Or Maxi. Fuelos is fine. Alright, it doesn't look like they have Ash. So we get this. And then I think what we want to do is... No, we want to try to get to non-finito. So we normal summon this. We activate the effect. Oh, is this going to be our chance? Right now, they still don't know we're on Artmage. Aha! This is exactly how we wrote it up! I don't think so, friend. We're going to send this. Pop the Medius. You can't negate me if I'm dead! So we summon the owl anyway. And then we could just use this with the other owl in our hand, but I mean, this Charmy ain't doing anything. So let's just go ahead and summon this back out of the graveyard by shuffling the Charmy back. But he came back. It's like nothing happened at all. It did cost me 2 extra cards, but considering the end board we can build from this position. So let me turn this into an Artmage. They got something else. They got a second Imperm. No, doesn't look like it. Okay. Non-finito. There we go. Let's go Chainlink 1, Power Patron, Chainlink 2, Non-finito. And they surrendered! Because we were going to get the counter trap for whatever else they had in hand. We could stop it from there while having the field spell that allowed us to completely get going. So there you go. First duel of the day. We tried out a new tech. It worked exactly as we wrote it up. And we go into Diamond 5. The counter, oh yeah, we gotta bump up the go first counter as well. Did I already bump up? Yeah. So the win is 28, the go first is 19, and the rank is now D-5. 0. Huh. Canine trains. All aboard the dog train? And let's see here. The Empire has redeemed a honk. Critter, you got something for Ian? There we go. How you doing today, Ian? I am pronouncing that right, correct? I always get it confused. I probably shouldn't, because I'm pretty sure you've reminded me several times. Where did the "I read your book" quote come from? It's from the movie Patton, which I haven't seen, but, whatchamacallit, it was a joke on the top of the fourth wall for a while, or like a cutaway gag. I don't know if you were playing Ancient Box. Also, Taya. Taya? I don't get it. But yeah, if you don't know, there was a German... What was it? There was a German general who was, like, revolutionary when it came to, like, tank combat. Like, he literally wrote the book on how to fight and win wars with tanks, which were brand new in World War II. Like, in World War I, they kind of existed, but they were very, very frail. They were kind of like, you would get one and you would have infantry behind it. And Rommel was the guy who was like, no, you can use tanks kind of like cavalry and charge in and like use them to do blitzkriegs and stuff like that. Yeah, Rommel. So Rommel, the Desert Fox, who was known as like the premier tank guy. And then Patton was an American general who decisively beat him in a few battles in North Africa. And there's a famous scene from the movie where he's like watching the action through his binoculars. He's like, Rommel, you magnificent bastard, I read your book! Where it's just like, yeah, you're predictable because you wrote down all your cool strategies and stuff before the war. Patton was a bit of a madman. Yeah, more than a bit. He was kind of an asshole. And so it's just that thing where, like, anytime someone is playing a deck that, like, I know well or that I'm familiar with, or they play right into a move, it's like, you magnificent bastard. I know exactly what you're going to do. Yeah, Patton, a strong general, but very much, he was like, I think he's on record being like, post-traumatic stress disorder is nothing but a flight made up by pansies who are afraid to fight. He was like very unsympathetic to anyone who like experienced the horrors of war, and also was kind of like a cold killer who had no sympathy for anyone who was the enemy. Which, like, I guess you do kind of need in order to be a general or whatever. But you can't, like, once war was over, he kept being like, no, we must crush them! And it's like, they're still people and everything. I just started the game as of now. I got the Raid Raptor structure and Utopia structure for myself. Is it a good choice for beginners? I'm very okay with the level 4 decks. It depends what you want to do. Which war did Patton fight in? World War II. Yeah, it depends what you're trying to do. Like, what are your goals? Do you just want to, like, learn the game? Or do you want to, like, get into the higher ranks? Because honestly, if you're just trying to learn the game, most of the structure decks are, like, fine. Like, the Utopia deck doesn't really hold up in a competitive sense. You would have trouble getting past gold rank, but if you're in bronze and you're just trying to like learn the game, then like that'll work perfectly fine. Raid Raptor is a bit stronger. Raid Raptor is almost what I would consider a rogue deck, because if it goes first and it manages to set up its end board, it can make stuff that like a lot of modern decks just don't have an answer for. But Raid Raptor is also significantly harder and much more tricky to learn. But again, it's you know, I always ask, when people ask me like, is this a good deck? It's like, it depends what you want to do. If you just want to play with your friends, if you just want to get out of like bronze and make it to silver or gold and have like fun learning the game, then like you can play almost anything. Like, as long as it's a cohesive deck. I think there's only one that I would be like, don't. Yeah, like, the Rage of the Deep is fine. Dark Magical Blast is fine. You'd need to add a couple things. Raid Raptors, Crimson Power Force, the Heroes, Galaxy Eyes, Blue Eyes, Black Wings. This one. Don't get Spiral Spear Strike. This will not teach you the modern way to play the game. This deck is ass even for casuals. This deck don't do shit. It has no win condition. Salamangrates is fine. Probably not Spellbooks. Spellbooks is, like, outdated even by, like, Spellbooks was outdated, like, 5 years ago. When this game came out, this was outdated. It was like, really? Why Spellbooks? Like, you will not be summoning either of these cards. This is, like, better in other decks. Yeah, this is just ass. This is fine. You can make, like, some stuff. Ninjas is pretty good. Zombie Synchro? You could probably make the... I mean, the thing is you can make other synchros and stuff. Dragon Maids absolutely works. This works, for better or worse. Don't play Cypher. I don't think you can make Cypher work. Magician Pendulum works. Yeah. So basically, it's like, I would say there's 3 structure decks that don't work. Maybe 4. This one's kind of iffy. They're about to update the Cyber Dragon one. Gotcha. But yeah, the one thing I would say, if you are new to the game and you're trying to learn, one of the key components of Yu-Gi-Oh! And any card game for that matter is that any card game where you're randomly drawing cards from the top of your deck, you are going to be at the whims of luck. A good designed deck, or a good deck, is designed to remove as much luck as possible. You can have a maximum of 3 copies of any one card in your deck, and in 99% of cases, you want to play all 3 copies. You basically just want to pick, like, the 15 cards that are the best and play them at 3, so that you are more likely to draw the best cards in your deck and less likely to draw other stuff. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is so fast that including a bunch of, like, one-of cards for specific situations does not work. It will not matter, because you will not get multiple turns in order to figure things out. This game is really, really about, like, drawing your hand, seeing what you can do with the cards you have, and maybe you'll have a follow-up turn if you do well enough. As a result, when you're looking at, like, a structure deck like this, where they give you a bunch of one-ofs, you probably want to buy 3 of this. Buy 3 of these, figure out which cards are the best, and just play those ones in multiple copies. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is also not really a game where you can expect to, like, sit down and build and, like, learn on your own. I would highly recommend looking up other people's deck lists and, like, combo videos to see what other people have come up with. You don't have to, like, don't follow them exactly, and make sure you learn why the combos and why the pieces are there. But it's going to be really hard to intuit, especially with how big the card pool is. And especially because we don't have, like, the resources that, say, like, Magic the Gathering has. Make your own luck, yeah. Yeah, because that's the... I've talked about this before. I've recently got into Magic the Gathering. And yeah, we can take a little... Because a couple people had asked me about this on the... Because we've been playing a lot of Commander, and people were like, how do I build a Commander deck? And it's... The thing is, you don't really need someone to teach you that much, as long as you're willing to look up resources, because the resources for Magic the Gathering are Insano style. For the main combo. Let's see here. Website capture. So this is, oh, you can't see it. This is EDH Rec. A very useful site, especially if you're new to Commander. People who've been playing for a while kind of bemoan it because it's not the best resource, but like if you're new and you don't know anything, it's a great way to start. And basically you can look up, if you don't know, Commander is based around, you pick basically a leader for your deck, and everything is themed around the deck. You can pick whatever color you want or color combination. If you don't know, probably just stick with like a mono color and like, you know, sure, black that's got a cool skull. Cool skulls are neat. Things are going very slowly. I wonder what the most wacky tags are. And then they just show, like, here's all the possible, like, mono black commanders sorted by how popular they are, essentially. So if you want to pick something really popular, if you're not, you're like, oh, look at this little skeleton man. Sure, I could try to build that. When an opponent discards a card, banish it from their graveyard with a stash counter on it. During your turn, you can play cards you don't own that have stash counters on them, and mana of any type can be spent to cast those. It's like, okay, I like this idea. The opponent discards it. Whenever they discard, it gets banished, and you can steal their banished cards. Neat. And then you can look, they got tags if you want to work on like heavy discard, if you want to lean more into the theft, if you want control. I don't know what wheels is, but you could click it and find out. Or you could just keep it generic. And then what they'll have is like a list of all the decks that have made it. Like 75% of the decks included this card. Here's high synergy. Here's the powerful game changers. Here's what creatures get used mostly. Here's instances, sorceries, yada yada. And you can just see what most other people are playing. And usually what I do, there's a second website called Moxfield. They don't have a big banner. Yeah, this is Moxfield. This is where I generally create things. And what you can do is just kind of drag the images over into here and do what I've done and make a deck that is 187 cards. It's just like everything that I'm considering for the deck that I'm playing. What the fuck is that Furby card? It's an alt art of Umbrus, Fear Manifested. This is the one I'm working on. Maybe I should have used that as an example. This is an alt art. I think it looks more scary than the Furby version looks scarier than the original. Which is just kind of like this spooky guy doing spooky hands. The Furby is a secret lair. Yeah, I like the spooky Furby version. It does look like a horror. But yeah, this deck, I'm calling it Gren Maju de Aiza. This card gets +1 attack and defense for each one of your opponent's cards that is exiled. Exiled is basically banished. So it is literally just Gren Maju de Aiza. The more banished cards there are, the bigger it gets. And then the thing is that the reason I like Moxfield is because they have a system where you can add tags to cards. There's like global tags, which will persist between all the decks you made, and I use them for generic stuff like Tutor is searching, draw power, mill cards, graveyard hate, removal. And then you can make ones that are specific to the deck you're building that only are here. And then I'll go through and just like label everything. Give everything some kind of tag. And then from there, it's easy to go in and be like, well, I have 24 draw cards. I need less than that. So I remove draw cards until I get the amount I want. 6 nukes is probably way too many. I don't need this many synergistic cards. I don't need this many ramp cards. And then you just whittle it down until you get to 100 cards, which is what you're supposed to do. And yeah, you can see I've got, because the tags are custom, I've got a tag for Macrocosmos. Why is this Macrocosmos? If a card would be put into the opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. Whenever a card is put into the graveyard, remove that card from the game. They used to call their banished zone something else as well. It used to be removed from the game. Do we have a Discord? I want to send my deck. I mean, I have a patrons-only Discord. Look at Dalthy Voidwalker. There's a lot of Dalthys. Untagged creatures. Oh, this is a Widowmaker. We'll switch the printing. Go to like a regular version. If a card would be put anywhere, exile it instead with a void counter on it. Yeah, and we just change the tags. This is another Macrocosmos. I probably want to play as many of those as I want. Yeah, that's one of the weird things about Magic the Gathering to me is how, like, you know, in Yu-Gi-Oh, something like, what's it called? Dimensional, what's his name? That guy you discard who's Macrocosmos on legs. A lot of the graveyard hate stuff is like really difficult or like nearly banned, or shifter, thank you, dimensional shifter. D-Shifter, D-Prison, they're all hated, they're all really highly banned. But here it's like they've got these cards that are like, this is a 0 drop. This doesn't even cost a mana. And it's like, banish the player's entire graveyard. Oh, okay. Sure. If a creature would die, exile it instead. Exile all players' graveyards and draw a card. Bajuka Bog exists, yeah. Tap, banish 1. Like, all the stuff to banish graveyard is, like, insanely cheap. The most expensive thing I have here is Gravestorm, and this is like, at the beginning of your upkeep, target player may remove a card from his graveyard. If they don't, you may draw a card. That's because it's a draw engine. The game design is slower, so they're fair, right? Yeah. You got the Soul Cauldron? I don't think so. Cauldron of Souls? Oh. Why would I play that in this deck? You're talking about this? Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Okay. That's a different one. You may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to activate the abilities of creatures you control. Creatures you control have, with +1 counters, have all the activated abilities of all the creature cards exiled with this. Exile a card from your graveyard. When a card is exiled this way, put a +1 counter. That doesn't seem useful to the playstyle that I'm trying to do. I'm trying to banish my opponent's stuff. I don't have a whole bunch of useful effects. Yeah, it's basically this deck is half banishing their shit, and the other half, I only read half of this. It gains attack for everything banished, and whenever this is summoned, or another nightmare or horror creature is summoned, your opponent exiles the top card of their library. Oh, sorry. Exiles cards from the top of their library until they get a land. It's a graveyard, not your graveyard. It's any card banished by that card. Look at this again. They have all the activated abilities of creature cards exiled with Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Oh, but you can use it to exile cards from a graveyard. Yeah, so I can banish one thing. Either way, I'm not building this on chat. I was just on stream. I was just showing how you could. Both for people who were curious, because again, I feel like you can do this without, you know, I didn't need to talk to anyone. I didn't need to, like, look anything up, really. Well, I guess I had to look up EDH rec stuff, but it's much easier to just go it alone and figure things out. As opposed to Yu-Gi-Oh! That doesn't really have those kind of resources. Anyway, let's get back into it. Magic is bad. There's no RB there. Alright, first duel in Diamond, and we're going first, which is what we want to do. In case you forgot. Husha! Oh boy, all the spells? All the spells. I wish that I could be like the cool spells. Let's try this. If they droll, it sucks, but we can still do something with Medius. They did not droll. Let's go for the field spell. Let's normal Salmon. Activate. Give me the owl. Let's turn Medius into an Artmage. Then we can fusion summon two Artmages. Make ourselves non-finito. I don't know why I'm doing Italian or whatever. Chainlink 1 in case they save the Ash. Chainlink 2, give me a counter trap. Bomb planted. And they surrendered. What do we want to deployment into? Medius. It was, what was it? A lot of the deck lists I saw were playing 3 Medius, which is what I wanted to play, but I didn't pull another one, and I didn't want to spend the, UR points on it. So instead, we put in a fusion deployment, which can reveal a fusion monster, summon from your hand or deck one of the materials. So we can reveal Diactorus and get that. Oh yeah, the go first is at 20. Thank you for reminding me. Three streams and we're still in D5. We started in P5. Look at the win-loss ratio. We doing pretty good. Well, we couldn't win coin tosses all day. We had to lose one eventually. Ha! No hand traps, but we got 2 board breakers. Oh great, it's a Nexo sister. If a monster is sent to your opponent's graveyard, even during the damage step, you can activate this effect. Your opponent banishes one of them. That does kind of stop the Fallen and the Virtuous a little bit. I mean, it stops it from recurring things. You can out the spell. Yeah, but I don't think I want to out the spell. I mean, I guess I suppose what they end on. Hear what we go with caramel dancing. Ooh, 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 oh, whoa. Ooh, 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 oh, whoa, ooh, oh. Vadis. Yeah, so now we have to destroy it, otherwise the Vadis becomes like a +4. Well, that makes it a little easier. Okay. So we Fallen in the Virtuous. We send this to pop that. And then we chain you to discard this. And we're gonna send the Fallen. Can't activate any traps. They could activate monsters, but their monsters ain't doing much. Okay, let's do this to bait out any ash they might have. They do not have the ash. Or droll. Normal summon. I just realized I needed to keep those in hand. We are fine. Are we? Make Medius an Artmage. Oh, yeah. Wait, hold up. I think we're still good. We go for non-finito. This time we chainlink 1, chainlink 2. So we add Varnish, and then non-finito can set the field spell. Yeah. There we go, because we've already got the trap. Now we got it. Oh, I should have discarded it. That's gonna be a problem, because now if I activate this, they can chain the Vadis and get shit back. I could get this and make them use it now, but then I can't set... Yeah, I should have discarded, and then I could have set one of these and activated it. Maybe the best thing is the Finmel, but the Finmel wouldn't be able to activate because I don't have enough. Yeah, we're gonna Graflare. It's gonna be a bit tricky. Oh yeah, I could still normal Medius. Okay. Okay, we're gonna summon this. We're gonna set the fusion card. We're going to make them summon 2 from the deck now. Then we're going to normal summon Medius, the Pure. Battle phase. Let's go ahead and attack over this. Wait, no, this one. Yeah, I could have done more damage. What does Vadis do again? Shuffle them into the deck during the end phase. Okay, so we don't want them shuffled, we want them destroyed. So let's go ahead and kill this one. Because they can easily run out of cards. Oh, no. Evenly. I should have destroyed the evenly. Fusion summon one from your extra deck. Yeah. We have to do it like that. Evenly in this economy? Yeah. We do have 2 removals for their 3 cards, so unless they have Martha, we should be pretty set. Or a Lightning Storm. Yep, they playing all these go second cards. And another betrayal. Hold up. Fuck you. Betrayal! Okay. We ain't quite out of this, but we're in a bad way. I need a monster to summon back Medius. All right. Begun, the top deck wars have. Well... Oh wait, for real? Do I have another Medius? No, all my Medius is gone. So I can make non-finito. But I can't set anything. Or wait, does this get it from the graveyard? Add 1 Medius the Pure from your deck or hand to the graveyard. Hold up, and then I've got 1 owl. Whoops. Where's the second owl? Okay, the second owl is still in the deck. Okay, let's try it. Non-finito can be made with Finmel and a spell. Finito. In perm. Yeah, I think this is worth it. Go back, Finito. Special summon. Special summon. All I can make is the thing. I can search, I can get another, but I can't normal summon it. I can... We win, right? Oh wait, are we out of fusions? I can only fusion during the main phase, so I can't attack, and then fuse. And non-finito won't work again. I'm pretty sure it's a hard once per turn. Yeah, you can only special summon one finito. Wait. Must be special summoned. You can only special summon one this way. If this card is summoned, you could set a spell trap. Oh, but I can't turn him into an Artmage. Yeah, it's not once, but I can't make it again. Yeah, we're just gonna battle. Yeah, we can't summon it again because he's not an Artmage. Yeah, we can't be destroyed by battle. But then if they have a... If we can't banish something while they control a fucking... Exo Sister. Great. We win? Yeah, I think we do. Activate. Maxi! The last desperate hold. Unless this is like Forbidden Droplet. Diactrys has 2,800. Let's get another one of these. Battle. 2,800. It is Forbidden Droplet, son of a bitch! Alright, alright, Oh, they're all banished. Son of a bitch, that was the dumbest thing I could have done. For some reason, I thought they were in the graveyard. We could have bounced the droplet? I don't even know what you mean. Oh, you're talking about this. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's fine. There's nothing we can do. I'll figure it out afterwards. The point is, we do win. Whew. That was a close one. They just chain droplet, yeah. Let me read this again just so I'm familiar with it. If this card is in the graveyard, you can target a level 8 or higher in your graveyard, or graveyard of banishment, and one card on the field. Shuffle both of those cards and this card into the deck. Gotcha. Okay, so I can get rid of face downs. Yeah. 2 evenly, 2 lightning storm. The more you know. All right, going first. Our go first rate is now officially over 50%. $40 duels, and we've gone first 21 times. I got like a Crocker moment there. Okay. Hello. It's me. We try this first, right? All right. Ash there is fine. Let's go ahead and get you. I really should have gotten the Litera because that plays around Droll better. There's a lot of tiny little, like, things that you need to learn about this deck. Oh? They got something they can do. I don't know what it is. Normal summon. Hello. It's me, Medius, the pure Impurm. Alright. We do have to give up this, but I think it'll be worth it. Like, we gonna get it one way or another. I think in this case, we just make Diactrys because there's... Non-Finito can't set from the graveyard, right? Set one spell trap from your deck. Okay. Yep, and there we go. It's owl time! Huh. I see. Not even gonna wait around to see if they draw the Lava Golem. Alright, a high-stakes battle. Whoever wins this gets into Diamond 4, and I'm going first. Rump that up. I don't know about you. I've won the coin 22 times. Ha! Ah, I see. Well, let's go ahead. Yeah, doing this. Let me think about this. If we get Graflair and they droll, then we can set the spell and maybe make... We could set the fusion spell and maybe get Chimera on their turn. If we get Litera, we get nothing. If we get the one girl, we draw a card. Yeah, I think we still go for Graflair. Graflair and Hope. Hope succeeds. Like Obama in his prime. Let's go ahead and set this. And then you've seen this part of the combo. Vandalism gets Medius. Medius gets us a free normal summon, or the field spell does. Medius gets the Hoot Hoot Owl. Then we turn Medius into an Artmage. Then we give him a gender change. He becomes non-finito. Good for them. Then we get to set the counter trap, so we're safe against Nibiru. Thanks, Obama. Let's go ahead. We get the counter. We get the trap card. So that's a disruption in the grave. Then we discard Awakening. We get Litera. Literally. Special summon. Grab me back the trap card. Discard the trap card a second time. What are they playing? I think it's Heroes. I think it's 60 card Heroes. Fiendmail. Draw a card from the deck. It's not an especially useful one, but it's fine. Yeah, and then we go ahead. We summon back Medius the Pure by shuffling away the Charmy that we don't need. That way we can make Diactrys during our opponent's turn. Set this, and go. And actually, let me think. Medius is or Diactrys is a fairy, right? So yeah, let's go ahead. We're going to give up the spell trap pop, and we're going to make the Omni Negate right away. Make you and you. Summon animation. So we've got the Omni Negate, we've got Forbidden Droplet on legs, we've got Forbidden Droplet on a spell, we've got a counter trap. Yeah, that's fine. Hello. Harder effect on the field. Yeah, I think we want to negate and destroy. We'll go ahead with the Impasto. Get out of here. Spellcaster, Fairy, Warrior. No, we're still good. Yeah, we will negate that. Called by the Grave. Yeah, I guess that does stop me from being able to use both of these, but I'll take it. Droplet. Send off 2 spells? I mean, yeah, I'll stop that with Diactrys. Should have sent a monster. So we get back the owl. They called by nothing. You're negated. And what's the last card in hand? 07's in the chat to our opponent chat. They're blinking. They're thinking. They're reevaluating their life and they're deciding that maybe they should have gone to art school instead of going to hero school. My Hero Academia ain't shit. Learn to paint. And with that, we rank up into Diamond 4. We're making steady progress. From here, it gets a little bit more difficult, a little trickier, but we'll see how it goes. And I'm just telling the editor, like, yeah, you can skip or fast forward through my turn because I'm pretty sure the audience has seen this combo several times before. You know, either fast forward and find some, like, copyright-free music, or just, like, you know, you have a, like, 10 minutes later, 5 minutes later, or even just do a, you know, like, static... Here, insert Artmage combo here. What do you think of the Thier's Magna stuff? I haven't seen it. The drawing card suggestions. Oh, why thank you. Oh wait, it's already up. It's been up. I put it up before the stream started. Right now, there's only one card in there, Alistair the Invoker. Yeah, and I guess if you don't know, if you're a patron, but you haven't tuned in for the first 2 streams, we end every Artmage stream by doing some art. The patrons suggest a deck, and then I have, or not a deck, they suggest a card, and then I have Twitch chat vote on which one I make. And I was like, do I show it off? Sure. For the people who weren't here, the first one we got was a Tori Mar. I was working in MS Paint. Wow, that's big. I think I did a pretty good job for MS Paint, you know? You can tell what it's supposed to be, right? That's like an Anea craft. Big whale. And then... the other one they suggested was Crystron Citri. We went over to Photoshop for that one. So I got to be a little bit more artistic with how it worked. First I thought it was a Drytron card. Not quite. Someone call Ahab. She's adorable! Yeah, it's very... I didn't intend to specifically do it this style, but it ended up having this almost like crayon drawing kind of look. Does Citri have Miku hair? She does. The Arrival Cybers ad ignister. Yeah, Citri. Yeah, if you've never looked close, she's got like Miku hair. It is Miku. Doing line work. Yeah, that's what I think I'm going to try to do, is like go for a more cell-shaded look this time. Miku if yellow. Yeah, I think she's the only Crystron that looks like that. Because most of them are like creatures. Smyger is a tiger. Prezordal is a turtle. Or tortoise, I should say. Rosenix is a phoenix. Stern is a, what's it called? A wyvern. And then the people are Rion. Where Rion's got like Super Saiyan 3 hair. clearly more male-coded. And Rion. Rion always seemed to be like, why am I here? Just to suffer? He's also back-heavy, like the stuff on his back is clearly too heavy for him to stand, so he's falling backwards. And then you got Solfefnir, which is like a dragon thing. You've got Solfador, which is also like a dragon thing. I guess these, Quandax. Quandax being Smyger and, I believe... Yeah, it would be Smyger and, Quan. Yeah. There's a level 1 plus a level 3. And you can see kind of like elements of both. You got Quandax, you got Amortrix, which is Theistvern and Citri, which is why it's kind of girl-coded. It's got that pinchable waist that people talk about. And then you've got Phoenix. Phoenix is a 9, so I think that's supposed to... Yeah, you can see in the faceplate, it's got Rion and Citri and Phoenix. It's a whole bunch of shit combined. And of course, Quarian Gondrax, who's just a fucking mess. Who's just a mess of like a whole bunch of shit. Everything is a dragon, a robot, or an anime girl? No, they've only leaned in more to it. Also, I really like, it's something they did for archetypes of this era, but they haven't done nearly as much since, which is that all the Cristrons have a logo, which is kind of like this crescent moon thing with like a little crystal in the middle. If you look closely on the cards, like, there it is on the turtle shell, you know, right around here. Smyger's got it, like, on his shoulder. All the tuners have it on their chest. It's this nice little, like, visual language that, like, gives them all, like, an icon. It's on the shoulder here. I know that the Dragon Maids have one. Do they? Oh, maybe it's on the hat, and we can't see it very well. No, I'm not seeing anything. When they printed the new support. Yeah, for a while. I remember seeing a thing that had, like, pictures of all the icons. A logo in the text box. Oh. It was really neat. They gotta bring that back. I liked it when they did that. Well, someone's not having a good day, and it's about to get worse because we continue to win coin tosses. I will not complain about winning coin tosses. I will take all the 1 coin tosses I can get. Ha! It's a pretty good hand. It's a pretty good hand indeed. Gotta get going with a pretty good hand. It's a pretty good hand indeed. Oh, oh. Let's see. Place that from your deck face up. Let's do it. Haha! Let's go ahead. Yeah, we can still do this. Send that off. Let's get... We don't really need Graflair. Let's just get Littera. Okay, nothing like that. Oh, we do need Graflare. Because we need to be able to make, what's her name? Yeah, we'll add this back. I think at this point they're not using Droll or whatever, so we can get rid of this. It ain't doing much of anything. Set a card. Yeah, I could have done this in a better way to play around Nibiru. If they happen to have Nibiru in their 60-card deck, we're going to be a little screwed. Normal summon. Owl. Literally. Having K9 is great, yeah. We don't have the money for K9, sadly. Add from deck to hand. Yeah, we add this. We set this. We get the trap in the graveyard. Sure, we'll add the owl. That's a pretty good one to draw. Okay, so we got Medius in the hand, so we can make Deactorus, like, at the beginning of the main phase. Damn. They gotta have some pretty big shit to do some things here. Just gotta hope we don't get hit by Super Poly. Oh? Dark Magician Girl! Slash Lash! Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Add 1 Shining Sark. Yeah, that's fine. I think we use the Fallen and the Virtuous on that. Because it can't just be destroyed by monster effects. Dragoon Turbo, it could be. Yeah. I'll take another card. God, there's so many things I can activate right now. Oh, I should have waited for them to, like, actually activate it. Like the Diabell. Cannot be activated this turn. Okay. And put it back in the graveyard. Oh, it's this dude, is it? I would prefer... Yeah, we do this. I would prefer if you did not. Triple tack. Okay, what you getting? That grass. Hornet drones, okay. I mean, yeah, I can't let you resolve that. Ah, Monster Gate, I see. Chaining the Hornet drones? Okay, they're milling, and it's another Dark Magician girl. Yeah. Yo, what up? I can't allow you to do that, Johnny. The actress, go ahead and take a time out here. You already used your ability. I get to draw a card. Okay. And that's all she wrote, baby. Artmage. Is this the next ladder climb? It depends what you mean next. I mean, it's after Hecka Hands. I see. Yeah, if you want to know about the next one after Artmage, usually we get voting started the last week. So probably this Friday I'll put in everything. We got a great big pile of cards. We got cards that's piling up. We got a great big pile of cards, and we're piling them every day. What you like more so far, Artmage or RB? I think RB is more fun, but they're both pretty good. They're both about the same. Even the playstyle is fairly similar. The only reason I would say that Artmage might be, or that RB is better, is just because, like, the art style. Yeah, we're gonna try this. Foolos, that is unfortunate. Let's get a... Yeah, I do have to do this. Now that we've got an Artmage, we can summon this. That's not very useful. Yeah, I think we just set this, chat. We just end it there in the face of such shenaniganery. Let's go ahead and maxi in the standby phase. Let's go ahead. Yeah, we're gonna activate this now. Let's see, what does Litera get us here? We can't use the owl twice. I think we just get Reflare. Because that lets us pop any kind of back row they might have. Yeah, we can't allow you to do that. And let's go ahead and... No, let's wait. We don't know what they're on. Fenrir could be like an anything. We don't have the negate attack. Illusion, Fairy, Dragon. Okay, so we can bounce the Finmel to pop. Oh wait, no, we can't use this turn because we used the other effect. End of the main phase. Okay, so they're forcing it. 1200 can beat over this. Yeah, I think we just make the Diactorus. Omni Negate's probably the strongest one we could hope for. We have the Destruction proc engrave. We do not. Let's varnish. There's a fly or a gnat or something around here. Triple tack. Do we negate that? I think we do. If they had a play they wanted to get through, they would have activated the steel. Havnish, you say? Okay. Well, fuck. They just hit all the good targets. Being a 2 has only made it stronger. Oh, and they have another Tearlaments card in hand? Unfortunately, we don't have a Nibiru or anything that actually, like, punishes them for going in. If they decide to just play through the Maxi. Huh. Aren't there only 2 tier limit names that they can activate? No, this can send a card. Oh, this searches. I forgot you could add it to your hand, too. Yeah, since there's nothing else I can draw, I think it might be best to just stop them from drawing. But they don't know that I don't have anything. The first time this would be destroyed by battle, it is not! If a monster is normal or special summoned, this card, you can add a tier limit trap. Yeah, so they could get crime back. So what's more important? Letting them mill 3? Yeah, Droll don't do anything here. Send monster. Okay, it could be anything. Moon Reaver Strike would like to redeem a honk critter. Well, now Droll is a must. For whatever reason I was like, oh, they already got it. I'm dumb. I was like, Droll does nothing against tier limit. At this point, though, they can't kill us. Oh, Fairy Tale Snow. Yeah, I should have blown it up. I don't know if this does anything. Nope. Yeah, I should have drolled earlier and I should have blown this up. I was like, they've already milled everything. What else could they possibly want to mill? Pilgrim Reaper. What are you trying to mill? Oh, they're getting it back regardless. Yeah, I'll have 15 cards. That'll be more than enough. Sure. Are we drawing off Max C or a Charmy Max C? Why can't I activate Droll here? Shouldn't I be able to draw... Oh, to the opponent's hand. Fuck. For some reason, I thought I could Droll myself. Okay, they're gonna do Garrus, though. No. Yeah, I think they can do it. For some reason, I was like, yeah, Droll is when either player draws. I know the effect is reciprocal. Yeah, if we had just Drolled after Engraver. Mistakes were made. Time limit win! We got the time limit, then we begin. We got the time limit win! They didn't realize they could do it till the very end. Funny. Wow, everyone's ranking down, it feels like. We're just the harbinger of sorrows today. Wait, no, this does it. This does it, but it makes us a little weak. Ah, Max C. Well, you see, I am the skillful gamer. Ash Blossom. Do you have Gamma? Doesn't look like it, friend. See, this is why non-finito is so cool. I can discard Cross-Out Designator to summon it. Surprise! Were you expecting me? Kept you waiting, huh? Unfortunately, I think I do need to set... What is his effect? Set one Artmage spell from your deck. Okay, so I need to set this. I can't get the counter trap, otherwise I wouldn't have enough. Yeah, so we set the counter trap. We special summon this because we control an Artmage. We use him to set the field spell. Then we activate this. Get a Medius to the Pure. Hope that they don't have Droll. They don't. Activate this so we get our free normal summon. Normal salmon. Give me the Hoot Hoot Owl. Hoot Hoot. Then we activate this. We grab ourselves Medius, because we've already got Non-Finito. Give me the trap card. Activate. Send the trap card. Literally. Special summon. Get back at the trap card. Discard the trap card. Get Finemel. Now let's skillfully draw the counter trap since we weren't able to search it. Well, that wasn't the counter trap, but it was still pretty good. Yeah, I think this is all right. Okay, and we didn't get hit by Nibiru, which means all our shit is online. I ain't answering that. What was this? Urgent schedule! It's train time! Add one, then you can summon. Okay. Do we just droll here? Yeah, I think trains need to search. Lightning Storm. Yeah, I will have to negate that and hope they don't have Forbidden Droplet. Alright, they do get their 2 choo-choos online. We don't get lightning stormed. These are negated anyway. Genius! Genius is unaffected by spell traps, effects, and other link monsters. Okay. I gotcha. Ah, okay, so they do that. Yeah, that's fine. So they get to, they put it here. They're gonna send, they're gonna use this. I think this is the best, like, Finmel target we've got. Just negate everything. And that's all she wrote, baby! The power of skillfully drawing Droll is all we needed. Bullet train in hand, maybe? Even then, we still had the ability to make, we had the ability to make the Power Patron of Creation and wipe the entire board. Man, good thing they didn't have the Dark Hole or the Raigeki on top of stuff. Or the Forbidden Droplet. There are many hands in which they defeat us. They just didn't get them this time. You can quit in the middle of the duel by surrendering. Pro tip. And here we are! One more rank up, and we rank up. Hit a brain fart there, just a big old air bubble of poof. One more win, and we rank up, is what I should have said. We lose the coin toss this time, but that hasn't stopped us before, necessarily. Wow. No hand traps and no board breakers. Both of the Owls and Medius. It's not looking good, folks, especially against Cool Tune. We finally run into Cool Tune, and it's like the worst hand we've gotten yet. There's still a chance, but I may have to use that pro tip after all. Yeah, they get to look at our hand. The cool thing about this is that they'll look at our hand and be like, the fuck is this? Artmage? Yep, they got rid of the Forbidden Droplet. Who thought this was a good idea? Yeah, if they did look at our thing, being able to look at the top and be like, oh, okay, so you've already got Medius. And so I could either give you the card that just gives you a free Medius, or I could give you Forbidden Droplet. I know you have no board breakers. I'll just get everything. Lol, look at this hand. Yeah. Cool Tune was a mistake. They're giving us the deployment, yeah. I'm convinced you brick more during rank-up games. Someone would have to look at the actual data. Oftentimes things can feel a certain way, but that doesn't mean they are a certain way. I feel like a failure, and yet 150 people think I'm not. That many people can't be wrong, could they? Top deck control and spying on your hand is a broken combo. I think it was someone else who said, like, it's cool when RB does it because RB has, like, restrictions and shit. It's not like a top tier deck, but when you give those things to a top tier deck, it makes it unfun. They were aware of your success and activated the protocol. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I got this set to 60 kilograms. I think that's what that means. It's at the highest. Finger strength. Alright. We here. They're immediately just going to summon some stuff. I think there's just one play I can do. I have to try it. Zaylin. There's Zaylin on by. To the east side. To a deluxe apartment in the sky. And they can get rid of my only Litera. No, they're getting rid of the vandalism. They don't know. All right. Normal summon this. Special summon Graflair. They're using that. Okay. Doing that, and then we power patron. Veiler. Yep, that was really my only hope, was that they didn't have, on top of all the things that they can do, a generic hand trap. Because if we could get to the Nerval, we could wipe the whole board, and that might put them far enough behind. B2B. Huh? Oh. Yeah, and then they can just pop the field spell when I activate it. Oh, no? Huh. I guess we win. I don't think we do. I can't negate unless I have 3 different types, and they can easily keep me off those types. Yeah, that don't help. Destroy a monster, bounce a monster. I mean, we did draw a spell, so we could at least try this. Yep, if it weren't for that Veiler, we might have had a shot. Still, it's like, what, our second loss of the day? First loss? Against what is the best deck in every format except Genesis? Alright, okay. Alright, okay. Zabor. Maxi. Fuck. Well... I think we could still make this work, chat. We can send off the Vandalism. We can get Finmel. We can normal summon this. Not use the effect. Normal summon this. Give them one draw with the Finmel. That's a pretty good draw. Set a card. Set a card. Your move, Zabor. Yeah, and we'll see what... We might draw something off of this, or we might prefer to, Yeah, I think if that's the case... Well, let's see what they get first. I imagine it's, yeah, Mitsurugi. If it's Mitsurugi, we need the Omni Negates. The pops aren't going to be as useful, so... We summon this. Ah, Impulse. That's a little tricky. I know what we have to do, and I don't like it, Chad. Non-finito, get the counter trap. It's one counter trap to get rid of a whole bunch of stuff. They've already got it, yeah. They get their ritual summon. There's Murakumo. Yep, we have to... Ooh, this sucks. And then we just gotta hope they don't have it. Attack is halved even more. Yeah, and then I was like, and then we go for Nerva, but we can't because this isn't an Artmage. So we do have to go for the non-finito. Yeah, we chain block it this way. We can get... we add from our deck to our hand. We get this, we set this. Yeah, we do this here. That stops them from searching, and it doesn't get... They still have a normal summon, so if they have like a Yummy in hand, it's just over. We spend everything stopping the board wipe and the 2 searches. We maybe could have done this if not for the Maxi, exactly. Foot. Goodbye. Yeah, there's probably not much I can do here, unfortunately. Not high enough to get over anything. Oh. Okay, they're bringing back the Murakumo now. We special summon the owl. No, this doesn't work either because everything will be destroyed. I forgot Nerva is like can't be destroyed while I have a Ugh. Back to my hand. Chain Link 7, bo-dum-bo! And another one. When they have it, they have it. Simply draw what you need. Well, it's easy when you have Maxine to draw what you need. All right. We got a go second card. We got a couple starters. We got a hand trap. It's branded. Brandon Fusion. Hey. That should get us a draw or two, assuming we don't get Ash. We're getting... No, we're not getting Ash. I see. Boom, bump. Boom, bump. Boom, bump. Boom, bump. Boom, bump. Boom, bump. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. Can I target this with card effects? Has to be a face-up card on the field. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. Damn. I was really hoping to save this for Fallen of Albaz. Oh, you're doing it like that? I see. Let's varnish. Stupid Albion! You made me look bad! Ooga booga booga! Yeah, we're just gonna try to OTK. Handerfield, yeah, that won't do much. Grand Granola Bar, the Dusk Darken. Huh. I thought that had to summon out of the extra deck. I would prefer if you did not. Get out of here, Albaz. Hello there. Give me the frickin' owl. You know what? Fuck you. A fallen in the virtuous of your own, eh? Oh, that's fine. Non-finito. I hate you. Yeah, we want this. We just gotta go all in. Set a card. We're gonna go for a fusion. We're going to pop this back row. Good. Shuffle back the droll. I don't give a heck. I don't give two hecks about three dams. Nah, at this point we just attack, right? Battle. Kill this. Okay. $400. 1,800, 2,100, and then we just hope they didn't draw Super Poly. I mean, they have 3 of it. Unfortunately, that's the second duel in a row where we got hit by Max C going second. Yeah, we're on a bit of a losing streak. We were about to rank up, and then we ran into Cool Tune finally. And then Maxi, and then Maxi again. At least this time, if we get Maxi, we'll be fine. Alright. Graflair. And then we set the field spell. And that's all she wrote. Our opponent isn't the real Sonic the Hedgehog, chat. They're a faker. Alright. We've got some pretty good stuff going second, but unfortunately this is kind of a brick unless we draw the field spell or some way to get to it, or just any... Wait, no, this... Wait, is it a spell? Yeah, I think we just droll here and hope. Droll, droll, droll. Immediately normal summon. Faker. I barely even know her. Imperm Q. I think we ash the Q because we want to save the imperm for the Finmel. Because imperm doesn't stop you from using these as materials. Let me read Non-Finito. I know Non-Finito can be summoned with her by discarding a spell or trap. Okay. So I kept the imperm because imperm plus this can make Non-Finito. And I want to do that because then I can set the field spell and discard this to make it work. One owl down. Oh, they kept him on top of my deck. Appreciate it. Yeah, basically, if they have Cool Tune Synchro, I think they win, and if they don't, I think I may have it here. They would have chained a Droll. Yeah, or maybe an Imperm might do it. Okay, they're going for Zaylin. So they must have something they can chain? Okay, so if I imperm this, and I can use these to get the non-finito, set the field spell, get this, get the guy. It all depends on if they have Ash or not. Yeah, I think it's better to do this. We clip. We make non-finito. Non-finito effect. Veiler. Yeah, that way the clip doesn't work as well. We'll still get to set, and then the set card can... Yeah. Okay, so we awaken. Up. And that's not targeting, so even if they clip now, they won't have anything on the field. So non-finito gets us vandalism. Activate vandalism, add Medius. Unless they have Ash as well. Sure, why not? They just get to have everything. And of course, like 1,000,000 one-card starters. Fuck, man. Yeah, I think we just... What can I make? Typhon. Do I make Typhon just to hit for more? I shouldn't have done that. Oh, it didn't matter. Because this isn't a quick effect anyway. We need an Artmage to stop the attack. Yeah, I guess it don't matter. Just having an Artmage on the field is probably better. We could survive 2 attacks, assuming they attack this. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Cool Tune. Usually they're gonna blow up the entire field. Like, they can very easily, like, one card searches them a card, and then they can synchro from the hand, and then both of those cards do stuff when they go to the graveyard, and then the card they make does something on summon. So they get to pop a spell trap, pop a monster, search a card, and that card gets them a second normal summon, so they can do it again and then pop another thing. Yeah, Typhon probably does nothing regardless. At least they can't search a spell because I have no hand. But they get to look at my top deck. Yeah, if it survives. It's not surviving. Yeah, it doesn't matter anyway because they have the Omni Negate. Pop a card, Omni Negate. They know what's on my top deck. Okay, you know what? I'm going to time you out for like 10 minutes. Do not say GG when it was a one-sided stomp fest. Oh, they're letting me go first.
Yes.
I see. I've said multiple times, I don't, that's it. It does not make me feel better, especially when you weren't the person in the game. It just makes it feel like you're insulting me. And maybe you're not, but I've mentioned it several times already. Okay. Don't get tilted. What do we do first here? We put up the field spell. Right? No, we try to do this first. We add Medius. Do we finally get drolled? Perulia! Ah, that's the worst one for us! Fucking Perulia! Yeah, I think we just gotta go hard. Valor. Interesting. What the heck? Birds on my window. What? Your videos are funny as hell. Keep them up. Thanks. Just like go second Regenesis. Yeah, we could play Nerva and then it wouldn't be destroyed. But that would take our entire hand. No, we'd get the trap and then we could do the trap and then we could get back and we could wipe the field. Yeah, I think we could do Nerva here. Just you. Okay. Yep, what's the worst that can happen, chat? Now we both draw! Sorinir? Sorry. Oh, I still gotta return it. Get negated, please. Okay. Oops, all hand traps the deck. That's what it looks like. Yeah, let's go ahead. Send this. Pop this. Yeah, I have to do this. No, it's fine, actually. Otherwise, Barone, yeah, we just let them make Barone. If we pop the tuner, it turns off everything we have, chat. Dissipator. Okay. Activate this. That was negated, right? Bye, Sheila. Oh, the effect was negated. Fuck! Now I can't trigger the thing. Yeah, I can't do that. Yeah, we doing this. We get Medius. We activate the Medius. Hopefully that baits out the Dissipator. Now we can do this. Add back Finmel. Summon the Finmel. Free card for us. That's a pretty good one. Negate everyone. Battle phase. Yeah, that don't help us. Crimson Dragon. Wait, do they not have any more level 10s? I don't know why these can't be destroyed. Has to be a dragon, so they don't. Gotcha. Does the level 4 tuner give them protection? I don't know. I'm scared to look. Synchro summon. You can only use this. A dragon that was synchroed using this card as material can't be destroyed by battle. Okay, so neither of them can be destroyed by battle. Yeah, we're just doing this now. Link SP. Okay. So we do this. They're going to try to banish. And then we're going to use Masterwork. Because this allows us to make anything. So we can go into the Guardian Chimera with you, you, and you. Summon this. And then, yeah! We got it! Ever so barely. I don't know why the effect didn't resolve. It don't matter though. Whew. I'm not sure how interesting that was to watch, because half of that time I was there like a steamed vegetable, but smarter, just angry. Oh, but we made it out. We made it out. Did I count that as a win? Yeah, I did. Okay, I need a little break after that, chat. Update on masochism. I made it to gold. Congratulations, Bunny. All the hand traps in Hand Trap City, trapping it up like you wouldn't believe. Okay, yeah. I need a small little break here, chat. I'm gonna get some dinner together. While I'm grabbing dinner, I think I'm just gonna grab some I don't know, I was gonna grab some cereal, but it's kinda hot. Drink anytime it gets like over like 80 degrees, drinking milk just kind of feels weird. Like it's ice cold, but as soon as it starts to get a little warm, it's like, ugh, ugh. You know what I mean? The other thing would be turkey. Yeah, let's get some turkey. I gotta get the air fryer heated up, though. So that'll give me a moment. Milk was a bad choice. Arby's, surely. Yeah, it would be nice. Not Arby's would be nice, but like, I could really go for some Wendy's. But I ain't got no money for no DoorDash. The pizza tax, or the food taxi is expensive. Yeah, we'll get the turkey. You know, this'll take less than a minute, so I'll be right back. I won't even play anything. I'll just get this started. We got 5 minutes for the air fryer to preheat. While that's going, we'll try to get one more quick duel in. Maybe we'll go first, or maybe they'll surrender or something like that. How expensive exactly for, like, the whatchamacallit, like DoorDash is like $30 for like one meal. Because it's like more expensive than normal, plus they got the surcharge, plus the tip. Joe's favorite menu item on Arby's was Wendy's. Waukesha. Alright, this works. We've even got hand trap insurance. Give me the field spell. I think we do this first. Yeah, because then we can at least get something. Although we have Droll insurance, so it don't really matter unless they've got Droll and Maxi. Oh, Maxi. Yep, we gotta stop that. Now, if you have Ghost Bell, then I'll be impressed. And Droll. Ah! I was like, unless it's Maxi and Droll, we should be fine. Be careful what you wish for. It might just come true. Let's go ahead and summon this. We can do the entire thing. No, we can't. I was like, we can do the non-finito line on our opponent's turn. Yeah, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna non-finito. We are not finitoed. What do I want to set on the field? Yeah, it's just the counter trap. Reveal one, this summons another one. We could make a rank 4. No, we'd be locked out of Ixies. We could get to... Yeah, we wouldn't be able to... Yep, we're just gonna hope. Unfortunately, they have both of the turn-ending hand traps. Stake your soul, your nose is mine. Yep. Well, we know they've got one dead-ish card in hand. Raisin is a hard once. That destroys it. So they have to have another starter. They have another starter. The question is, like, they can get Holly Sue here, but what attributes do they have? They need what? Dark and Earth? No, they need Fire and Dark. So do they have a Dark monster in hand? Oh, but they can make Rock of the Vanquisher and then add that back. So, Rock of the Vanquisher, they add that back, then they darken Fire. They can get another Vanquished Soul. No, they added a fire. So they already had a dark. They had Jokel. And they haven't normal summoned yet. So yeah, the canine part just might be able to kill me here. Yeah, and the sad part is, you know, the people who are like, when are you going to add in the canine stuff? Like, the canine would not help me against the Droll Maxi. Well, maybe the Droll. Zuna Ripper. Are they're locked out of making Zeus, right? Because they can't make light Ixies. Like, do I just surrender here? Is there anything, or are they just gonna OTK me? Yeah, because my thing is done heating up. These Ixies that rank into Ixies that rank into Ixies are just not that exciting. Okay, so they're getting rid of the field spell. Or not. Okay. That's 8,000. Alright. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go get dinner ready, chat. It's gonna take a few minutes. While I'm gone, I'm gonna play some ads. Don't worry, you won't be missing anything. If you would like to not see the ads, there are two options. You could, three options. You could subscribe. You could get Twitch Turbo, or you could take this moment to go get a food yourself, and then you don't have to. You turn away from the screen, and you won't have to watch the ads. It's great. So we'll be back in like 3 minutes from that. While we're gone, what was it? I was going to share another guy I've been watching lately. Anyone familiar with Modular? He does like deep dive retrospectives onto stuff. Modular mentioned. Let's see. YouTube capture. Oh, there we go. Darkseed. Darkseed is a very silly game. It's a point-and-click adventure. There's an introduction where he kind of explains it was made by the same people who made I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. It's like a horror game. It was supposed to be very, very scary. They got the guy who... what was his name? Fuck. I can never remember his name. Giger. The guy who made the art for Aliens. Are You Afraid of the Dork? Yeah. It was supposed to be a very scary game, and parts of it certainly are scary, but the way they went about it is a bit silly.
General is the collaboration between 3 people: John Krause, Patrick Ketchum, and Mike Dawson.
It's like, oh, okay, we finally solved the puzzle. No, the clown is dead. They had it out for the clown. The clown knew what was happening. It had to have been Gargon. But yeah, that's just my favorite is like just this idea of like going to like Disneyland and walking up to a character dressed as Woody and being like, "Hey, do you work here?" Walking up to someone in full Chuck E. Cheese uniform at Chuck E. Cheese. "Excuse me, are you employed here?" It's like, what do you fucking mean, Mike? There's gotta be a better way of writing dialogue. Okay. We can make it. I believe in this. This is our 30th time going first. Oh boy. This ain't great, chat. Hello. It's me, Medius, the Pure. We'll special summon this. Sadly, we cannot make what's her name. We have to go for Diactorus. Excuse me, streamer. Are you streaming? Yeah, we get this. We activate. Do I have Huh. Actually, this puts me in a tricky pickle, chat. Yeah, there's only one way to go, and this really, really sucks. Because if I whiff this, I'm going to be way down on advantage. But we have nothing to add back. Setting a card will not... Or will it? Wait. We haven't used the other card. Any spell, right? Yeah, wait, this'll work. I thought I was doomed for a second. We can set alteration. Or I'm sorry, varnish. And then varnish will search. So we can get Litera. We can Litera, get back the varnish, Discard the Varnish. Get to Finmel. Summon this, and hope we draw something good. I think we just save that. Yeah. Not the best, but it's still pretty decent. Of course, this could just be an Aircraft. In which case, we're in trouble. I think this is an Aircraft, gamers. We do have something to deal with this. Yeah. Pop. Which one is this? Yeah. If we do this, they have the one they already set. Does it negate and destroy? One random card from my hand. That's fine. Okay. I don't want to go up to Chain Link 3. Goodbye, Medius. Ash Blossom. That doesn't target. Yeah, we have to do this. All right, hold up. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and do this. No! You had it earlier and didn't use it? Son of a bitch. I was like, okay, they don't have it or they would have used it there. Yeah, I shouldn't have chained to this. I should have let them resolve it and then activated it on resolution. That don't help. I don't have any more. I didn't know they... Oh, they just search. Okay. I was like, wait, they don't have a negate for a graveyard effect, do they? Hello. Pop goes the weasel. Yeah, they can't chain to Nerva's board wipe. Oh, and hers isn't a fuck. I actually needed to keep the other guy, Griflair, because I could activate him. Sadly, the burn might do us. They have the ability to pop. I mean, they'd have to get the field spell back. What did they reveal? Bunch of those. Okay. Oh, they can put that back. Which one did they add back? Did we look? It was like one of the smaller ones. Sol and Luna, last card. Buddy, you don't have to do anything. You just end turn and win. Rip. Yeah, maybe we should have just waited until our turn to do everything. Nope, they're not on D-Fissure. They are on Phydralis. Oh boy, the bug. My favorite. Okay. I ain't gonna do anything. What do you think, I'm on a modern deck? Oh, it's my turn. Wait, did they let me go first? I wasn't even paying attention. I just assumed I wasn't going first. Fuck, I should have Ash Blossomed that. We won the coin toss. No, we didn't. Yeah, we have to give them two draws, unfortunately. Well, I guess we saved it for this one. Yeah, considering they're on that, we don't really want the Forbidden Droplet. Add Medius. Activate. Do that. Now we fusion. Might be Tempai. In this economy? Yep, I hate this dumb 2-for-1 hand trap. I don't have any other cat card. Fuck. No, we're still good. We do it the other way. Because I didn't activate Varnish. Yeah. We get you. We special summon. We set Varnish. We activate Varnish. We get you. We special summon Litera. Literally. We add back the Varnish. We send off this. We get Finmel. Summon. Draw a card. Another one. We haven't normal summoned, right? We have. Another Medius. Yeah, I think it's worth doing this. We grab the owl. And then we use... Oh, I should have just made non-finite. No. No, I shouldn't have. Shuffle back that. Yeah. It is Tempai! Called by. Unfortunate. Okay. Thrust, okay. Raigeki with upside. My one hope is that I could negate an attack. Wait, they don't have a dragon in their graveyard. Hold up. For some reason, I got this confused with the other one. Oh, it's still a quick synchro. Every breaker in Breaker City. Lose and we lose a rank. I thought we were doing pretty good. We've been running into a whole bunch of stuff. This is like the third duel in a row where they've made us go first. Going second can't be that powerful, right? Ancient gear. I do know that deck, so maybe I'll have a chance. Let's try this. We get you. Okay, no droll. Set a card. Yeah, we want this one. If they're on a blind second deck, then we need to be going for the Omni Negate. So we add Medius, the Pure. Let's go for the Power Patron. They're a powerful patron. We're just gonna make Diactorus. We want to counter trap ASAP for Nib. We just gotta play like Nib doesn't exist. I'm much more worried about like a dozen board breakers. I would rather have a spell trap. Well, I guess I can do both because I have everything, right? There's another... Yeah, so you know what? Let's add this to our hand. Let's set it right now. And then we can use this fusion deployment to get Litera. Activate Litera. Litera grab back. Let's grab back this. Let's get the Finmel. Let's draw a free card. Just in case they have Lightning Storm. Maybe I should have played everything around Lightning Storm. Should have put this in the extra monster zone. Yeah, we want to keep it here, otherwise we can't. Yeah, it's special summon then. Okay, we just gotta hope no like lava golem sphere mode. I think those are the only things that would kill us in half. Okay, lightning storm. Yeah, we do have to negate that. Droplet. No droplet. Special schedule, that gets the ash. They've got the urgent schedule after all. That's fine. The choo-choos are here. Yeah, okay. We've seen this before. You make Genius, you bring both of those back, and then Finmel gets rid of everything. Add a revolving switchyard, okay. Go ahead and discard a card for that. Hey, wait, what was that? Face up Earth Machine. That's gonna be a problem. Okay, or Flare. Gets rid of that. That's 35. No, it's 3,000. Okay. Yeah, I think we do it like this. We don't use the other thing, we just bring back this. We save the trap. They summon Citadel. I thought this was negated. It's not negated. I mean, it's negated now. So it's negated. Then we use this. We're gonna make Nerva using itself. And yeah, we're just gonna use all the kids because they've all used their effects. We Nerva. Activate. And then chain this to wipe the entire field. I heard you like board wipes. We have defeated the final boss to stay in. I mean, I guess maybe it's too. No, I was like, I don't want to get too confident, but I'm pretty sure this is like 6,000, and then this just gets us back Litera. Or not Litera, but the Finmel, and then Finmel is more than enough. So there we go. We don't rake down, but I think that's where we're gonna call it for tonight. We've been a little hard stuck. We've been having some trouble here in Diamond 4. Granted, a lot of that's just been getting hit with Max C and not having anything, or going against these Go second decks that just have, like, all the board breakers that I don't think we could play through even if we wanted to. But we'll probably get the K9 version together next time and see how that goes. Three, four, that would be 56. Trains! This was not a good day for us. Sure it was. We got up in, we started in Platinum 1 and made it to Diamond 4. We didn't like rush all the way, but we didn't have a bad day. We almost made it into Diamond 3. We just kind of got knocked down near the end there. Okay. So now, chat, it is time for the art portion of the stream. And let's look at what suggestions we got. The cards they want us to draw. We've got... That's not... Alistar? We got Alistair the Invoker. Classic. I think everyone knows that. Now let's go ahead and just put it in the deck here. Actually, let's start a new deck. Just so we can get them all up here. I should have just done this. Got Alistair the Invoker. We got the Arrival Cyberse at Ignister, which a bit tricky to draw. I barely know what I'm even looking at. We got Eitsu. It's a simple kind of man. You know, man stand on airplane. Simple as. We got Cupsy Yummy. It's so adorable. Look at a cute little thing. And the last one was Verfar, Judge of the Ball. Huh. He's like a referee with huge spikes and a big tail. He's swole. Your opponent activates a monster effect on the field that targets monsters you control, or their monster targets one for an attack. Special summon this from your hand, then choose one of the following. Choose one of those opponent's monsters, reveal one card in your hand, then apply the following. Monster, change it to defense, spell, double its attack, trap, banish it. Choose one type. Why would I want to double my opponent's... I guess I gotta reveal a trap. I know you had a Royal Cupsy, yeah. So those are our four options. Eitsu, Cupsy Yummy, Alistair the Invoker, Verifar, and the Arrival Cyberse. Let's go ahead and put up a poll. 5 options. What we drawing? And you can vote now. Eitsu, Cupsy, Alistair, Varf, what was that again? Ifar, the Arrival. You got 3 minutes to vote. And while we're voting, you know, the Yu-Gi-Oh portion of this, at least the playing Yu-Gi-Oh portion, is over. We could still discuss some Yu-Gi-Oh things. If you're just here for the duels, we will be back at it on Thursday, so you can follow to be notified when we'll be doing that again. You could also consider joining my Patreon, patreon.com/Hardleg Gaming. For just $2 a month, you can join on. It would really support the channel. You know, I'd appreciate it. And then you can get on the Discord, where I send out notifications every time I go live, so you make sure you never miss one. 2 for 1. You also get like weekly updates on what I'm doing, what I'm building. If you really like this and you would like to watch it, like you missed it and you're like, oh, I would like to catch up on this, but I hate watching on Twitch, I do have a VOD channel on YouTube where I upload all the videos like a week after they go live. And that's youtube.com/@rawhardleg. So if you like seeing that raw, and then if you're completely new here and you're like, I don't know what's going on, but I kind of like this, every month I climb the Master Duel ladder with a different deck as chosen by my patrons. We spend a whole month doing it. We're on stream 3 of 6 with the Artmage. And then at the end of the month, I compile everything into a video and I put that on my YouTube, which is like up there in the corner. You can see it. Just type Hardleg Gaming. And so, you know, if you wanted to see this, but just like the edited best duels, that'll be out sometime in August. Early August, probably. Okay, looks like Cupsy is winning by a wide margin. Let me go ahead and get this open. And you know what we're gonna do, chat? No, not like that. Let me get me a picture of Cupsy Yummy, because that looks like it's what's gonna win. YGO Pro deck has the best renders. High quality. Okay. We'll do this. That way you can see kind of what I'm working with. Yep, Cupsy is the winner. And Judge of the Ball was my second choice. Eitsu come back. It got 15%. Alright, let's see if I can... Where would it be? Huh. That's weird. Last time you could see everything I was making. This time it ain't working. Do I need it as a game capture? Nope, that ain't it. Go like this. What the heck is going on? I know this has worked before. We did it last time. As I've mentioned, though, I'm using a really old version of Photoshop. Capture method. Yeah, that's weird. It just shows this gray one. Okay, I guess I could do it like this. And then we'll get that up there. Okay. All right. Ugh. Where's this? Yeah. All right, ladies and non-ladies, we have reached the end of another session, which means it's time for more art. And the chat has voted this time for Cupsy Yummy. So that's what I'm going to try to do. And even though the style is kind of similar to how I did Citri, I want to kind of change it up, you know? I want to make some artistic license with this one. I think I'm going to try to go for something a little bit bolder, something more cell-shaded looking, kind of similar to what I did originally with the Atori Mar, but we're going to be like a few more layers this time. I'm working back in Photoshop yet again, so we'll see how that goes. I will go ahead and just say, while we're here though, if you like any of these images and you would like to save them for yourself, I will be posting them on my Blue Sky, which is, I don't usually talk about my social media because I don't do a ton there, but if you want notifications of when I go live, if you want updates when occasionally I make cool, new, interesting things like The Legend of Lefty, or just in general, like if you want to know my thoughts every once in a while, that's the only place I have. I don't have a Facebook, I don't have a Twitter or anything. There's a link down in the description. Consider checking that out. Otherwise, let us begin. How are you planning on drawing the chromatic shiver? Very carefully. As is the case for many things. Okay. So what we're going to do this time, chat... Interesting. They've got like a blue outline. It's got a nice blue here. A blue hue. What the heck? And we're gonna make this a 3? No, it needs to be bigger than that. Make it like a 5. That's still too small. 10? Wow, I had no idea this thing was so big. Every time Lefty is mentioned, Maury is here. Okay. Let's go ahead and actually, real quick, what I'm going to do... We're going to start with this. Oh, and we're going to go back to a regular style. I'm going to try to make this outline. I'm going to try to freehand it a little bit. I'm going to freehand it in black first. While I'm zoomed out, just to get the basic shape. It's very cup-like. There we go. It's got a big floofy tail. It's got some little feetums. And its one arm kind of peeks out this way. And the other arm like this. Okay, we're going to duplicate that layer. So that's going to be our basic framework. And then I'm going to zoom way in. And we're going to do like a little tracing of our own work, chat. Are we drawing the small army down below? No. I ain't doing all that. And that's one trick with just about any kind of art style, chat, whether you're talking about visual art or music. The more you zoom in when you're making it, the better it'll look when you zoom out. That's like a common artist trick, is to just draw things absolutely huge, because then when you shrink it down, all the imperfections are lost. And when I say that about like, well, how do you do that with music? What you do is you basically, if you're writing something, you make it faster initially, and then you slow it down a little bit. Or you make it slower and speed it up. It depends what kind of method you're using to make music. If you're making like digital music, then you can like zoom in and make really, really small adjustments and stuff. If you're doing, if you're making like live music, then you write it faster, and then if you can perform it slower, it usually sounds a little better. Just ever so slightly. Dragon Force it. Yeah, so just as you can see, when I was zoomed out, these lines weren't nearly as smooth. But now that I have a guardrail to kind of see where everything is in relationship to everything else, I can really get these fine details to look nice. Nice and smooth. And even if it's a little bumpy here, it'll look better once we've zoomed out a bit. Okay. Yeah, its arm does go over this, but we'll be doing this in layers, so it'll be fine. It does kind of curve, actually. It's a soft cup. Yeah, and I guess while we're just sitting here doing art chat, unless you had any specific questions, there was one thing that was on my mind. I had watched something recently, and I was curious to see what you thought about it. And that's the whole, are you familiar with this whole phenomenon of LARP tubers? It's not YouTubers who do LARPing. It's YouTubers that LARP as other YouTubers. Okay. So the feet and everything. Oh, that, yeah. The biggest one is probably LARPaplier. Oh, I forgot to... 4:40-ish. I start the art. I forgot the exact time. But it's around here. I like the LARPing tombstone. Isn't the LARPing tombstone, though, actually like the living tombstone, and they've just made like an alt? Like a voice actor play. Let me give you an example here real quick, because I had it pulled up. Whoomp. Let me... So like, this is LARPaplier's channel. And it's specifically set up to look like Markiplier's channel, but from like 15 years ago. Like, they are specifically trying to replicate the type of videos that were popular in his early years to bait nostalgia, including like the thumbnails, where it's like these very old, like, man looking scared with exaggerated faces on the thumbnail. Multiple part series. He's playing like scary games. He's playing like Stickman Adventures. And if you look, his most popular one, if you listen to him.
Hello everybody, my name is Larpaplayer and welcome to Escaping the Prison. Another game of the Stealing the Diamond series, and you guys like that so much. It got like 20,000 views. Now let's just shut the fuck up and play the game already.
Like, he does his mannerisms pretty well. He kind of looks like him. It's a pretty good impression. Yeah. And so there've been a couple different, like, I think he was the one who started it. I'm not exactly sure, but a couple. And, you know, Markiplier knows about that, and he just kind of thinks it's funny. You know, it's not like he's making those kinds of videos anymore, and it's not like people are, getting them confused. Like, it's very clearly not actually Markiplier. And he's not claiming to be Markiplier. When's Hard LARP Joe? I thought it'd be Hard LARP Gaming. Larpleg. Mark is also a kind spirit, yeah. Let's see. I think despite what I said earlier, I still kind of messed this up a little bit. We may need to erase. Yeah, so that's, you know, that's nice and fine, you know. I don't think anyone really cared that much about it until someone started LARPing, and I forget his name because it was not someone that I was familiar with. Maybe someone knows that, knows or not, they can point me. But it's some Minecraft YouTuber who died like 4 years ago. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, Critical made a video talking about it. And they're like, it's Technoblade, that was his name. Yeah. There's like a Techno LARP channel. Where they're like, it's a guy doing videos in the style of Technoblade. Impersonating the dead is distasteful at best. I don't know, see, here's the thing, like, I saw Critical made a video about it, and, he seemed to be like, this is iffy at best, maybe if you're giving all the money to charity. And there was a moment in his video where he was like, all their opponents are like, or not the defenders, they're like, what about all the Elvis impersonators? What about all the Michael Jackson impersonators? What about, like, the Beatles experience, where you go and hear people replicating the Beatles, or replicating these long dead or long disbanded groups? Like, those have been going on for years and years and years, and no one really seems to go and be like, oh, well, the Elvis impersonators are in bad taste. It seems to just sort of be like, yeah, well, he's gone, so, you know, we're kind of carrying on his legacy. And, what was it? Critical was like, there was a huge difference between those two things. It should be so obvious that I don't even need to say it. And he didn't. And maybe there's something wrong with me. Maybe I just don't understand the human condition. But I was like, I don't really see how there's a huge difference between those two. But I'm open to being wrong. So I wanted to bring this up on chat specifically to be like, can anyone tell me why those two would be different? Especially if you're like a fan of Technoblade. Is it like a recency thing? Is it specifically like a YouTube thing? Is it because like the amount of money you can make from a YouTube channel is different from how much you can make impersonating like Elvis on like a stage show? Is it because like Technoblade wasn't as popular, like once you get to a certain level of fame? Uber rich, uber famous, uber popular. typically do it for the passion of it. I mean, they're usually making money, like, you hire them to come out and do stuff, right? And there are people who put on, like, shows where they're like, Viva Las Vegas, the Elvis experience. And they're just going out, dressed like Elvis, and performing Elvis's songs. Or again, there's been a whole bunch of ones for the Beatles. And like, yeah, 2 of the Beatles are still alive, but the other 2 aren't. So, like, I feel like it would be really weird to go out and there's like a guy dressed like John Lennon singing John Lennon songs. Okay, we got it. There was a tight-knit group surrounding that versus Elvis and Michael Jackson, who are more larger-than-life figures. Sorry, I need to go back up a little bit. A super-duper uber-rich person and a guy who died a couple years ago. I think there's a clear line between doing it out of respect. I mean, I don't think the guy, like, hates Technoblade. I think he's granted, I was never a Technoblade fan, but, people seem to enjoy it. If people didn't enjoy it at all, he wouldn't be as popular as he is. Elvis as an artist sort of outshines the individual. Is Elvis not a dead guy that the impersonator is making money off of? Yeah. People dress like Santa. Well, Santa's not real. It doesn't seem to be in it, yeah. And it's just one of those things, as I often say with stuff like this, I don't have a horse in this game. I never watched Technoblade before. I don't know anything about him. And whether or not this guy, like, I'm not planning to do, like, a LARP tube thing. So it's not like, oh, it's critically important that I know whether or not this is legal. I just think it's an interesting thing to discuss. Okay. So we're doing that. Let's go ahead and get rid of that for now. Rename my layer Blue Outline. So Elvis impersonators, Beater covers band must be paying to perform the music. I think when you do it live, that's not the case. I don't exactly know, but I remember there's like a Korn album where they cover a whole bunch of songs, and it's only available live. Because they're like, yeah, we can do covers of whatever we want live, we don't have to ask permission. But if we wanted to put it on an album and, like, record it, we would need to send royalties over to, like, the rights holders. But by doing it live and then making a recording of the live performance, it's, like, legally allowed. It's copyright in general is kind of weird because there's all these different, like, levels of it. Let's go ahead and do that. And then this one's kind of... Ears are way too big, I'm realizing. Everything about this layer is way too big. Start it over. What we do now is go back. I think the power gap issue. Yeah, because that is one of those things I'm becoming more and more, like, aware of. That seems like, especially when you talk to older people or just watch older media, there's this understanding where it's like, yeah, well, you're famous, and that's one of the things you have to deal with you being fame. I'm like, I don't know, I kind of feel like, if something is wrong for an individual, it should be wrong regardless of how famous they are. Like, if something's disrespectful, it's disrespectful. It seems weird to be like, nah, once you reach a certain level of power, you just lose the ability to like, have respectful discourse about, like, your wishes no longer get matter. You know, people are just allowed to do whatever to you. Because it's not as though you sign a contract when you're famous. Not as though we sat around as a society and we're like, yeah, you know what, let's make this a rule. Where if you're famous, this happens. It just feels like people making excuses for being able to be mean to famous people. Now, politicians, on the other hand, that's a different story. You signed up for this, buddy. Wipe the paint off the canvas. Pre-internet days, the things that were done were so much more limited, yeah. Let's go. His head so tiny. Fuck, maybe I should have started with this black outline and then done the blue around that. You didn't have AI impersonating the dead and shit like that, yeah. Okay, and they've done this thing on the arms where it's like not an outline. It's like this furry effect. But I'm not doing that. Again, we're going cell shaded with it. Nope, that looks weird. I made the body too long, I'm realizing. Head too small, body too long. Zoom in, enhance. What if you stream for 6? You design your very own monster. Maybe. I don't really have any big ideas that I'm planning. Oops. hands still seem a bit too small. Let's try this. Cut. Delete. Paste. Bigger arm. There we go. That looks about right. The intent of making profit from someone else's work, which requires a personal brand, etc., to ask permission. I wonder if Christians get offended by AI Jesus. It depends on the Christian. Christians, like all groups, are not a monolith. In fact, they're wildly different. That's one of those things where people be like, you know, what, you don't believe in God? Why not? I'd be like, which one? I'm like, well, the Christian God. I'd go, which one? Because depending on which kind of Christian you ask, God wants very different things out of you. And of course, every Christian believes their one is the right one. They're like, well, if you just read the Bible, it's actually supposed to be like this, and these people are wrong. It's like, yeah, those people said the same thing about you, buddy. If all your argument is, the book says we're right, the other people could say the same thing, it's not a very convincing argument, you know? We went from, discussing the dead to atheist tube. I hope you're prepared. Behold, all Abrahamic religions. These are such weird shapes, I don't know how to describe it. Yeah, that don't look right. That don't look right at all. I didn't realize how slanted Cupsy is. Yeah, he's at a weird angle. First of so-and-so, yeah. I'm curious, do we have a mod in the chat? Oh, I didn't even notice this at first. There's this little tag here. Which should go for the blue. What do I need to care for this? Yeah. He's available for purchase. That's probably too big, maybe. No, that's about right. I just have it in the wrong area. Yeah, I was curious. Put up a poll. I am curious. How many people here are comfortable talking about religion, and how many people consider it kind of like a taboo, off-topic thing that shouldn't be discussed publicly? Because it's one of those things to me, like, I find religion fascinating. I'm always up to discuss things, but I found, especially recently... Wait, what? What the fuck? What happened to the rest of his ears? And the feet? Did I go back this far? Well, damn. I didn't think I'd gone back that far. What was the question? The question is just, are you comfortable discussing religion on stream? Is that something you're interested in, like, talking about? Or you're like, no, I would rather not. Talking about serious stuff makes me uneasy. But I was surprised. I was, like, talking with my friend in a car about it. And I thought my friend would be, like, really excited to talk about it because it feels like he brings it up a lot. It feels like it's a really important part of his life. You know, often, like, decisions are made because of his religion. But then anytime I want to, like, or not anytime, but we were talking about it in the car, and he's like, I'm really not comfortable discussing this. He's like, it's weird that you bring it up. I'm like, is it? It's like a huge part of your life. Sure, I mean, if you don't want to. I'm just interested to learn. And it's not like I'm even, like, bringing it up to be like, oh, you're wrong, you're bad. I'm just like, I'm curious what you believe. But that's not the first time that's happened to me. I remember being in a Discord with another YouTuber. I won't say who, but they were like, oh, I'm going to church. And I was like, oh, cool. What kind of denomination are you? And they're like, Greek Orthodox. I was like, oh, cool. That's this, and this. And they're like, yeah, I'm not really comfortable talking about this. And then they just, like, left. I was like, oh, okay. I felt like if you were going to church, you would be, you know, interested in talking about it. It just strikes me as weird because I'm not religious, but if I was, yeah, why not 100%? Oh, okay, good. Yep, we've run into this problem yet again. Yeah, so I figured it's always good to, like, double check. I try not to, like, proselytize to people. I was just making the poll, too. I had a third option of indifferent. Well, if you're indifferent, then you're fine talking with it. That's the way I see it. Usually I'm all for third options, but I feel like in this case, it's like, well, either you're fine with it or you're not. If you don't care, then you're fine with it. Nope, that ain't right. I need to zoom out. Somehow Cupsy is taking longer than anything else. Mostly because we somehow lost a whole bunch of progress. Yeah, those look about the right size. Again, maybe I can cut and paste. Oops. Cut, delete, paste. Yeah, without the detail, they look a little weird. There we go. Now they look more like feet. Put that back on there. Everyone I know who's religious always seems open to talking about it. I suppose it depends where you are. You got a big bushy tail. Oh, did I go off the thing? I did. Let's move him over. Also, LARP applier is slowing down my computer. Or maybe it's just Firefox in general. There we go. The weird cutoff. I missed the poll. What was the result? Everyone was fine with it. Although I spent so much time talking about, like, if everyone, like, asking if people would be fine with it, that I forgot what I was going to ask. Oopsie doodle. Many such cases. Okay. And then I think what we do at this point is we start filling in the lines. So the blue outline, we go in for like a creamy kind of white with like a hint of orange. It's not completely white. Maybe it is completely white. Well, there we go. That's like an ice cream white. I think it was about taboos. I don't know. Is religion an archetype? Is religion an archetype? No, actually, now that I'm looking at it, this is kind of like the color in here. And this is just like a straight up white. And then what we need to do here is get, what would this be, like a grayish brown? I think that's kind of right. Yeah, that looks about right. And we need some strawberry pink. And then going back to this, I'm going to go entirely black, but we're going to go close. Maybe black with like a hint of purple. Like a little fruity flavor. It needs to be darker. Pants to be darkened. Wrong layer. Oh yeah, we do need to... Okay, so we need to be on this layer. We need to get this exact blue. And what we need to do is like... Actually, let's go ahead, put the blue outline back, but lower the opacity. Okay, that's better. Am I still on that layer? I am. Do cell shading, I said. It'll be faster, I said. Little did I know, chat. This would be even more nightmarish than I could have imagined. Okay. Moving that back up. Oh, I forgot to do this one. There we go. Yeah, it would help if I had practiced doing these anytime in the last, like, 10 years. Weird. I have put these on the wrong layer at some point. There we go. I should save this real quick before I risk something else happening. Cupsy. There we go. Dogmatica, said Lefty. Telling someone you're going to church isn't too private or personal? Yeah, I didn't think so. But again, that's just, you know, I feel like if we're all going to get along in this crazy mixed up world, we got to be honest about what we believe in, you know? Okay. So now we go back to black, back to black. But this time we're going half the size. Actually, maybe we go even smaller. 3. The left hand clips into the tail. Yeah, it'll make sense once I get the shading and everything done. Don't worry about it. Like a pale yellow. Oops. messed that one up. I can get it. I believe in me. Okay. Good enough. And it's got kind of purpley eyes. And then we've got kind of like a white. And then we'll get this purple. But we'll go even darker. There we go. Looks kind of like a cute, adorable eye, right? This deck is so boring. I will fall asleep. He's staring into my soul. You're a little lumpy, unfortunately. What the heck? There we go. He's just a little guy. He'll be a little lumpy. Who among us? Amogus hasn't been a little lumpy from time to time. Oops. I forgot rule number 1. There we go. Oh. Oh, just there's no redo? Weird. Alright. That's fine, I suppose. Oh, this is not looking as good as the other ones. It's still miles better than what I could do. Yeah, I mean that's how art is though, you know. Sometimes you do good and sometimes you have happy accidents. There we go. He's still fine. He's still getting along, you know. Okay. Oops. We'll get this. We want to go a deeper cherry red. I'm going to do that. Use this. And then we're going to do it like, yeah. Okay. Doing this all wrong. Instead, what I need to do is get a much lighter pink. And do it like this. Now let's go ahead real quick. This is a little out of alignment now that I've got that done. Let's make this a little thicker. You thick boy. And then we should be able to... turn the tolerance down. Yeah, that's what I should have done originally. Clean that up just a tiny bit. Okay. And then while we're here, we're going to get this. Got little strawberry seeds all along the ear. Anything you could tell us about your story ideas? Where we left off with Kevin and the rest? Oh, you're talking about Gadia? Or Gadia Wars, or whatever the hell I end up calling it. I mean, I could tell you a whole bunch of shit about that. I'm just not sure where to start. Because there's a whole lot of it, and there's a whole lot of it that I've either forgotten and is like written down somewhere, or just plain old isn't finished. That didn't work. Also, there's just so much of it in general, right? Where it's like, you know, it's 60 whole episodes. There's 60 different, or 55 different characters. All the different factions and alt history and everything. Alright, it's looking a little bit better. Maybe make the left ear smaller? If anything, it seems like it could be a little bit bigger. Any other series and stuff you brought up? I mean, yeah, I've got 55 Lives. I've got Arc. I've got Angle. Days of Phoenix. I got a whole bunch of stuff that's just like on the back burner until eventually. They didn't add one, but I guess I will. Until after Lefty. Yeah, at least. Not to mention my card game idea and my video game idea, which are different things. Okay, and then we're gonna go. Whoop. There we go. Then we want like a light purple. Like an extremely light purple. Almost grayish. I thought these were connected. Maybe I should just connect them. There we go. How did you find Model Land? I'd heard about it before because of Crimson Rogue, who's a guy who reviews books, like terrible books. But I've also I think Obscurus Lupa did a video about it. She's an old Channel Awesome head. Crowcaller, who's like a smaller booktuber type person, did a thing about it. That song is in my head. How? Is there like an overarching theme to the story? Like all the ideas it's meant to explore and stuff? I mean, the overarching idea, I think I kind of went into last time, is just this notion of like a combination of like everyone is the hero of their own story, and a whole lot of people have reasons for doing what they want to do, but very rarely are those reasons worth it. Ooh, pardon me. Like, the whole grand thesis of the show for most of it is this idea of like, what is, like, if it has a tagline, the tagline is, what is worth fighting for? And it's got this almost shonen-esque style of like, you know, you've got all these different teams that all represent different ideals, and they're all in conflict for each other. They all have reason to believe that they're the best, and the closest thing we have to a main character is a kid who's kind of like caught in the middle of all of it, who is being moved around from team to team, drifting between the ideals, hearing everyone's story, and trying to decide where he fits into everything. Huh, how come that didn't work? Oh, because the eyes aren't part of it. Time to make the eyes part of it. But as I often say, you know, a story is defined by its ending. And the ending of the story, you know, when you get down to it, when the character has to make their choice about what team they want to join, they decide none. They decide actually it's not worth. Nothing that he's seen is worth the fighting. Or rather, the things he lost in episode 1 were not worth any of the stuff that came afterwards. Because in episode 1, he loses his family. Which, to be fair, at least at this point, almost comes across as like, you know, I'm an enlightened centrist. Actually, nothing's worth fighting for. And that is kind of how, like, not season 1, but the first series ends. But, you know, the fact that it comes back and he does eventually find something worth fighting for does kind of hint at, like, no, there is something. It's just usually not what people want to hear. Yeah, we're going to do it like... I'm slowly trying to see if I can get this to come back to being good again. Did he learn that his true family was the people he gained along the way? No. He basically learns that, like, everyone has to cooperate. And sometimes the only way to make them cooperate is to force them to cooperate. Like, the final thing of it is basically, like, him and all the most powerful people coming back and basically tearing apart all the existing power structures and just being like, look, the only, because what was it, I forget if I mentioned this before, but the big inciting incident is there's a mineral, a new element found deep in the South American jungle which when utilized can generate not infinite energy, but like a shit ton of energy. Way more energy than, you would like. It ends up being more powerful than gold. Or not more powerful, more valuable than like gold and platinum combined. It is something that could solve the world's energy crisis. In a way that probably solar could, but, let's not talk about that. And so there's like a big gold rush of all these different countries coming in, trying to acquire as much of it as you can. Or as much of it as they can. And the final thing is just basically like, yeah, we're going to divide it up equally. Everyone's going to have access to it. The power belongs to us all. Power revolution, yeah. Is there a scene that especially encapsulates that? Maybe like a fight over ideals? There will be, but part 2 is far less planned out than part 1. Once we get to that point. I'm trying to think if there's any other, like, I know there are more big dramatic fights that happen in part 1, but off the top of my head, I can't remember. There's a lot of miniature battles because the big thing about part 2, at least from what I had it planned out, was like the first half. Let me real quick. We want this, but we want a little bit more pink. Yeah. Like the first half is what was it? The first half is sort of like the entire thing of it is spent reacclimating everyone to all the characters, like where everyone has gone since part 1 and how things have changed in the intervening years. But also how everyone has, the people who are still left, how they've changed. How people have changed, who the new people are and everything. And there's a couple old scores that, like, need to be settled. And then eventually the main character kind of, like, asserts himself and makes his ideals known. And then you kind of get battle lines drawn up along, like, the people who are willing to accept his compromise and the people who aren't. And there's a whole big, like, a lot of the story is spent sort of, like, resolving that. Where, like, well, the leader of the American team and his, like, main general are like, on board with this. They're like, we've been here for however many years, and yeah, the people who are fighting against us do have kind of a point. We've been a little tyrannical. But of course, the politicians back home who sent them out there are like, no. What do you mean? You're there to serve American interests. What? You can't compromise. Compromise is not an option. And so the team leader goes, like, he basically has to abandon his own team and then has to fight against the other people who either still believe in the American ideals that have been sent to them by the politicians and whatnot, or are just more loyal to whatchamacallit, more loyal to authority than they are towards any other, like, ideals. And so the rest of it is just sorting out anyone who is, like, a series of battles, sorting out the people who are like, okay, well, if you don't want to share, what what do you want to do that's so important that you cannot share the wealth with other people? This sounds like Gundam. It kinda. I mean, I didn't, like, intend it to be Gundam, but yeah, it's got a lot of, like, political intrigue in that sense. Let's go red. It's like a dark red. Yeah, although, as I was saying before, at least the first season, or the first series, the one that is kind of planned out, it's a lot less the big ideals and much more focused on the individual stories. That's kind of why I haven't planned out part 2, because whether or not part 2 is interesting to you is really going to depend on how invested you are in the factions and the story and the outcome of this. If you want to know who eventually wins the war, then that's why part 2 exists. But again, part 1 has its own story that it's going along. And because it's very much on this ideal of, you know, what do you think is worth fighting for? Each person gets their own episode. A lot more of it, especially the first 2 seasons, are like standalone episodes, where you're just getting into the mind of like a specific character and learning about them. And there's some characters, like there's one guy that you see a couple times. And as I said before, every character that is going to be like a follow character, a protagonist character, is someone who shows up in a previous story first. Which I forget if I mentioned. So the very first story involves like a big skirmish between all the teams. So you get like bits and pieces. You get bits and pieces of seeing all these characters, and then episode 2 follows one of them. And then you get introduced to their team, and then episode 2 follows a different teammate of theirs. And they're fighting against another group. Episode 3 is with that other group. You get to switch perspectives to a whole other team and see things like that they're doing. And then they run into someone, and it kind of jumps around like that. But there's like a character that like you see a couple times and you're like, oh, I wonder what his story is. And then at the end of an episode, he dies. Like he gets like shot. He gets shot and he's bleeding out. And then the next episode opens with like him laying on the ground bleeding out. And the entire story is just like a flashback to show like how he got there. And most of it doesn't even take place like in the same setting as everything else. But it just sort of sets up like a lot of backstory about all these other characters to be like, yeah, it's weird going in knowing that ultimately he failed in his goal. Like you start the story knowing that. But also like he does leave something behind that is then important. I think what was it? If I remember correctly, his whole thing is that he specifically wanted to inspire people. He's like a guy who, he's one of the smaller teams, and he wears like a mask, kind of like Batman. And so his whole thing is like, you know, he grew up without hope, and he wanted to inspire others, and he put on this mask, and he hoped to make a name for himself. And you're seeing him go through all this and talk to all these people about how he wants to make a difference in the world, knowing that his story ends with him bleeding out in the middle of the jungle. But then, like, you know, the very end is someone does see him lying there and kind of like sees him lying there and then sees who did that to him and decides that they're going to like take revenge on his behalf. And then that sets into motion this whole chain of events. And so at the end, even though he doesn't realize it, he does inspire someone. He does make a difference, even if it was only after he died. This star looks terrible. What a dreadful star. And there's another character, I think, where their like episode starts after they die. but then that one is like them a ghost. It's them as a ghost, essentially, like drifting around. So you do get to see events, but he kind of had like, I use him as a ghost, as a way to show what's going on in a whole bunch of other places where normally people wouldn't be able to see. Like, there's no narrative reason why you can see here, but because he's a ghost. And again, it's just this idea of like what you leave behind. This very solemn episode. And like, there's an episode that's like, wow, I am just fucking up these stars. Maybe I need to do the thing first? Okay. Let's try it like this. Do it like a pentagram. Then fill it in. Okay, I think that looks a lot better. Spectator mode. Was going to ask an opinion on a flashback episode, but that question didn't make sense. Yeah, so like, even though there is an overarching like shonen plot, you know, my eccentricities is like, I want to be a creative guy, kind of pop in. There's a couple episodes that like, you know, I think I do them well, but I could see how people would be like, that's pretentious. Because despite the fact that it's this, you know, people fighting in the jungle and there's a bunch of over-the-top moves or whatever, it does take time to slow down and have these much more smaller scope, almost experimental episodes. I mentioned that there's 60 episodes and there's only 55 characters. And like the two of the ones that aren't, what was it? The 5 episodes that are related, there's one character who gets 3. There's the main guy who roams around, like he gets the first episode, the last episode, and like a middle episode. And then there's one episode where the entire thing is just like a newscast. It's just like you open on someone standing in front of like a row of TVs watching like the news, and they're kind of like flipping through the channels. And it's just showing sort of like this bird's eye view looking down. Like, how will the history books remember this? And sort of getting this perspective of, you know, where you don't see the characters as characters, you see them as these figures who might appear on your TV for like a brief moment. You get to see them as the forces of this country doing this. You know, there's this whole dramatic like fight that takes place, and then like on the news station, it's just like, there was an attack in a warehouse today that killed 5. In later news, this basketball game went really, really well. What show? This is talking about a comic that I've been sitting on for a while, where I wrote out all the episodes, but I didn't have a collaborator to work on it, and so I am working on another story. And the hope is, once I finish that one, if I can either make enough money or convince enough people to work with me, I could get this story made. I could convince an artist to work with me, or hire an artist to work with me. Yeah, so there's an episode that goes up and it's like this bird's eye view of what's going on. And then there's the opposite, where like, you know, as I said, every episode kind of drifts into one another. And so there's one where it's like, it seems like you're going to be following like one of the big important guys. He like brushes back some workers, or brushes past some workers. And then the next episode picks up, and instead of following him, you're following like the janitor that he brushed past. And the janitor like does not have powers and does not have a significant place in the story, but you just get to see like what the world looks like from the perspective of someone who is wrapped up in these events, but doesn't really have an impact on it. And that one, rather than just following him, changes perspectives like 7 or 8 times during the story, so that you get to like see all these different people who are just, again, average, everyday people. The ones who are cleaning up the messes, the ones who are doing all the paperwork, the ones who have to walk by these godlike beings and kind of figure out what they're going to do with their life. Let's see. We go white. We get a little cat paw. How adorable. Yeah, I wish I could remember more. The only one that's coming to mind is like that there's one that's just like admittedly stupid. But like, you know, I in my head I was like, I gotta make 55 characters, and I came up with the thing is, I think I mentioned this last time, but I came up with the concepts for the characters first, and then I started writing the plot that like had them interact. And as I was doing so, I came up with a lot of really great ideas. But there were a couple like philosophies that like I designed a character around, and then when I went to try to figure out how to do them interestingly, it was just like, well, like I know there's one guy who's like a reluctant hero, and his whole thing is he doesn't want to be there, he's just trying to leave. And like in the end, his episode just ends up being a comedy of errors where he keeps trying to get out and like the story just drags him back in, but ultimately like nothing is accomplished. It's just like a comedy show. Kind of world building ideas are often lost in shonen stuff, yeah. And then there's another one where there's what was it? I made a guy and his whole thing was like, he was basically like the epitome of like a centrist, essentially. Like, his whole thing was like finding balance. So it's like, if one team was ever too powerful, he always wanted to side with the underdog. And I kept trying to come up with something like interesting for him to do. And as I made episode after episode and like slowly ticked down the list of all the characters, like fitting them into a thing, I eventually came to like, yeah, there's a part at the end, like the last 10 episodes, that are almost all like one huge fucking action scene that just like stretches from location to location as all these groups are like, everything just kind of snowballs, like one thing leads to another. And in the middle of that, you get the guy who is like, I just want to help the underdog. And in the events of the show, where like the tide of battle swings back and forth, he keeps like, his entire episode is one giant fight scene where he is constantly switching sides to help whoever seems like they are losing at the moment. Centrist man keeps flipping a coin. He doesn't flip a coin, but he is just like, he sees some people cowering behind like some rubble where people are shooting, and he goes and fights the guys with the guns. And then those guys are running away, and the guys come out from cover, and they're like, oh, they're fleeing, and they take out their guns, and he's like, oh, and he runs over and starts attacking them. Where he's like, we can't have anyone being too powerful down here now. And like, it's just stupid. It's just, he's not a compelling character. It's just absolutely absurd. But through the course of his misadventures, you get to see like, all the, you get to see snippets of a bunch of battles that then resolve in the following chapter. You could maybe just take him out entirely. I believe he was the guy too. His power was, he can touch things and make them bigger or smaller. So, like, he can make objects, inanimate objects, shrink or grow. And so it's a lot of, like, making cover much bigger, getting rid of it, grabbing, like, a pole and then, like, making it 12 feet long so it jabs into people. He's got a lot of, like, really interesting, like, mechanical things he can do in the course of a big epic battle. He catches people off guard a lot because they aren't expecting him to do that kind of shit. I guess that's another thing I could talk about, all the powers. Because that was originally when I am not doing this right. How do I do this? Because it's like white. Do I even try? I need to do something. Are there any techniques or smart users of character powers? I think so. I try to make everyone's powers, like, useful in some way, even if they don't seem all that useful. Except for the one girl who just, like, bounces around. She's kind of like a joke character, and she dies early. But yeah, the original, this is too dark still. The very original, concept for all of this, what started me to go down this road, was because I had a few other stories that I had been working on, and my friends often criticized them because they weren't super original. Specifically the powers, it's a lot of, like, people with super strength, people with like the ability to shoot kind of like ki or whatever. Stuff analogous to that. I was always much more interested in, like, the character work than in having really cool battles. But I kept getting so many people telling me, like, that doesn't seem, like, interesting. That, I started a journal where I would just try to think of unique superpowers that I had never seen before and write them down. And then that kind of evolved into making the first list of, like, 60 characters. And then, as I said before, I made, like, a first version of it, and I tried to make it a comic for, like, years, and it didn't work. And then I ended up scrapping everything and completely revamping it. But I kept a lot of the best, most interesting, like, character ideals. But as a result, a lot of the characters, I don't think they're quite as wacky as some of the stuff you'll see in, like, My Hero Academia, where, like, you have the guy who has, like, tape on his hands. Or shoots tape out of his elbows or whatever. Well, some of them are, like, pretty fucking out there. Because it was just made by someone trying to come up with something new. The sad thing, of course, is that this was done in, like, 2008, 2009. And every year I see I see someone where it's like, yep, they got to one of the powers that I came up with. It was new and original when I created it, at least as far as I knew. It's possible just as a teenager I didn't know. Some of the devil fruit powers, yeah. Like, there's a, what was it? There's the one girl who can, like, use her blood as a weapon. What the heck? Oh, I need to... Which I believe is a Chainsaw Man power, right? Where she was basically like a waterbender, but with blood, but not a bloodbender like Avatar. It was like, when she got injured, her blood became like a whip. And she had like telekinesis over it and could make spears and stuff out of it. There's also a guy who's like telekinetic over glass. Glass specifically. He's like this old man. And I always really liked this image of like, he comes walking in and he has like a glass cane that's all cracked and like looks like really frail and everything. And he kind of does the thing of like, he pretends to be much older than he is. And then when the base is in trouble, he kind of like straightens up, like gets off of his cane, and he throws it at the wall and it just like shatters into a bunch of shards, which he then like telekinetically brings over. And then just sort of sends out as a whip of glass shards. Starts like slitting people's throats up and down through the hallways. That's a power in CSM and JJK. There's a One Piece character who can turn into a jacket, and his brother wears the jacket. I see. Yeah, this kinda... Dead Man Wonderland. So there's that. There's a guy who can he can turn any object he touches indestructible, which can lead to a lot of silly things like being able to block bullets with a sheet of paper, being able to stab you with like rolled up dollar bills and stuff like that. Make objects invincible, shoot them out of a gun, have someone else throw them, etc., etc. It's really tough to kill him in general because he just makes all his clothes, like, indestructible. Apply effect. No, he can't apply it to physical matter, or to biological matter. Just non-physical things. There's like the 2D guy, like the living shadow, who can basically make himself two-dimensionally flat against things. We looking pretty good, chat. We're almost there. What was it? The reluctant hero guy I talked about earlier. His whole shtick is that, what was it? He exists in a packet of time spread out over 5 seconds. Where, essentially, whenever you see, like, what was it? Or, no, what was it? It's, I forget how I explained it, but basically the gist of it is that he causes lag to people. Everyone kind of perceives him like 5 seconds behind of where he is, at least from a distance, and the closer he gets to you, the more intense the effect gets, the like bigger the delay is. Which allows him to set up some really, like, convoluted things when he's able to, like, hide next to someone for an extended time, and then he's, like, a minute behind. But just from afar, it's like, the only reason he's survived this long is because anyone trying to shoot at him or trying to stop him is always just ever so slightly behind. That's essentially King Crimson from JoJo. Damn it! Everything I think has been done. This is taking longer than expected. Yeah, I know. I wouldn't say that's King Crimson. Maybe I should do it like this. I think the anime just doesn't explain it. Pause everyone's perception for 5 seconds. Yeah. There's also a guy he can teleport. He can teleport himself or anything he touches, but he can only teleport them within his grasp. So like he can't move farther away than his own hands can reach. Future gaze is a different stand, I see. But the big thing is that even though he can't move you very far of a distance, he can change your orientation. And so, like, one of the first things is he comes up and someone's like, go ahead, I'll give you the first shot. And he just kind of taps him on the shoulder, and he basically teleports the guy in the same place where he is, but upside down. So he immediately falls on his head. And then just falls over. And he's constantly doing the same thing. He'll teleport and then, like, be sideways and then teleport back up again. He's like flipping cars upside down or turning them like on their side. Anyone who tries to go hand to hand with him is going to get like turned in all sorts of different directions, or they go to punch him and he hits their fist and they're behind him. That would suck if they were fighting in the sand, yeah. Doom, doom. Yeah, it's a lot of the powers are kind of designed to like work from close up. Repeat that. He can flip cars, no superhuman strength. Yeah, again, he can teleport anything he touches. He can only teleport it within like the distance of his hand. But, like, if he touches your car, he could lift it, you know, like a foot in the air, as far up as he can reach. So he can make your car from there to here, and he can change the orientation of it. So he could just touch your car and teleport it in the same spot, but upside down. Or teleport it so that it's flipped facing the other direction. Yeah, he's not flipping the car physically, he's moving it in space. We're just about done here. No weight limit to his power then? I mean, there is. Like, he can't lift like an entire building. But it's much heavier than he could lift. I believe the biggest thing he does it to is like one of those, what's it called? Like a shipping container. And that like takes some time for him to focus. A tank? He could probably do a tank if he had a second. Like, it's not... When he's fighting a person, it's, like, instantaneous, you know? But if he's fighting a tank, he'd have to, like, put his hand on it and be like... Ugh, and then it would... Voomp, pop, ball. Freeze time for everyone except himself, and they could store that time to freeze more time later. Do you have anyone like that? No, I wanted to make sure I didn't have any time freeze abilities. The closest thing, and this is one of the hardest ones to describe, but there's a guy who, he basically creates a field around himself that's like 50 feet by 50 feet, where all the air has the viscosity as if it were underwater. So everything kind of like moves in slow motion. And it basically visually it looks as though like the air becomes kind of like almost thick. It is as though he has created a 50-foot cube of water that you're all walking through. He pulls everyone fake underwater, yeah. You can still breathe in it, but it's just a matter of like, you know, people come with guns and they go to shoot and then suddenly like, boom, this like field goes out and the bullets are just kind of like traveling through and he can like sidestep them. And his whole advantage comes from the fact that like, he trains in that environment and other people don't. He knows how to make use of it. Whereas everyone else is kind of fumbling and figuring out how to, no. There we go. A joke character who's a fish guy and he could just summon a massive cube of water and now you're underwater and Goku just lasers him. Same thing, there's another guy, and I'm pretty sure this is a power now, but I hadn't seen anything like it before, where it's kind of the same idea except for in an area around him he can increase the gravity. So he can increase the gravity, I think it's like up to 5 times. And he's one of the leaders of, I believe, the Russian team. Because Russia has its own team separate from the European team. Or like, again, there's all this alt history, so it's like alt history Russia. The sort of like neo-Soviet Union. And the first time you see him, like, people like, he's like walking through a building and people try to shoot at him. And like the bullets, as they go near him, they just sort of like dive into the ground, like a few feet in front of him. Any projectile thrown at him, it seems almost like magnetically pulled to the ground. And then you just find out like, yeah, he can turn on a field around him instantaneously where everything is 5 times heavier. And if you try to engage, like, projectiles don't work, and if you try to engage him up close, it's like, well, he's like, I'm used to this all the time. I can move around normally in it. And then, of course, there's a moment where, like, I forget if it's Kevin or if it's the math guy, but someone confronts him, and it was like, you know, they can, there's a moment earlier where someone goes to confront him, and they take, like, 2 steps towards him, and then just, like, fall to their knees, because they can't even stand that close to him. And he's like, you're right to kneel before me. I'll let you leave this time with a warning. And then, you know, Kevin or whatever walks up. He's like, that's a bit tough. He's like, I see. A strong one. And then he drops the field and, like, dashes up and manages to get a punch in on Kevin. Because it's like, yeah, if he spends his life living in 5 times gravity, then removing it, he suddenly is incredibly strong and fast. Not enough to like beat Kevin in a fair fight, but enough to get in a cheap shot and then run away. That, and then like as they're fighting, he does this thing where he like he keeps turning it on and off, and it's like, because he knows it's coming, he can prepare for it, but everyone else, like, they're going in, they're like, okay, they go to punch, and then suddenly it's 5 times gravity, and their, like, arms are weighed down. And, like, even if they can move through it, it takes a second to, like, realign, and then, like, they're trying to pull up, and he turns it off, so their hand goes up, and he reaches in. Again, not the most, like, unique power, but, it's got a lot of potential for very, very cool fight scenes. Anyway, there we go. We got our own Cupsy Yummy, done in a more cell-shaded, okay. But there we go, our own Cupsy Yummy, done in a more cell-shaded style. It's, you know, I think I'm my own worst critic. I kept going into this being like, the eyes aren't quite how I like, it's not as good as I was hoping it would be when I started, but I think it turned out pretty neat. You know, we've got these very stark colors, but we've still got some shading on there. You still get to see all the different things on the eyes and the little details on the ear. And it looks adorable. It looks cute. It's very close to the art, especially when they zoom out like this. You know, it's a trick with art. The more you zoom out, the better it looks. So another one in the history books. Let's go ahead on to the next stream. Peak art, peak combat. Okay. Let's save this. And this is done as a PNG, so you can use this. Actually, let's go ahead. Image, trim, transparent. Where did I put these other ones? Was it on the desktop? Well, that's where one of them's at. I guess that's where this one is going to. It's been forever since your content pulled up on my feed. You gotta go looking for it sometimes, or you gotta ring that bell. But welcome. Hope you're doing, you came in just at the very end of the stream. Let's go ahead and drag that. Again, if you're on the Discord, that'll be in the ladder climb thing. You can see all the ones we've made so far. 3 different days, 3 different art styles. Love these yap sessions, super chill. I'm glad some people like them. I mean, we lost like half of the people. Anyway, I'm gonna get going. Thank you for joining me. As I said earlier, we'll be back here on Thursday. Friday, we'll be playing Blasphemous. Until then, have a good one. Thanks for coming. Join the Patreon.